inquiry. In an Environmental Appeals Division, or the DPEA, what we've advised is that if any of the questions aren't naturally answered through the course of proceedings over the next few days, that these could be submitted to the DPEA, and at that point we'll consider how best to deal with those. I'd now like to just take a quick note of a variety of the viewpoints set out in the environmental reports. After this inquiry concludes, we'll determine whether or not we need to make any additional site visits within the area throughout the proceedings this week. No doubt people will hear things said that they don't agree with, but we would request everybody to be polite and respectful, giving other parties time and courtesy to express their views, give their evidence and to answer questions in the same way that other people would expect them for themselves. So, on to housekeeping. All individuals must adhere to all Scottish Government guidelines on COVID-19 when participating or when observing proceedings in person. For this venue, we've arranged for seating to be 1 metre apart, and you must maintain this throughout. You don't need to wear a mask when seated, but we would request that you do so when circulating in common areas unless you're exempt for doing so. In a change from traditional practice, water and glasses haven't been provided. However, participants are welcome to bring their own water to drink during the proceedings. If we're in any doubt that these guidelines aren't being followed, it may be necessary to adjourn the meeting. An adjournment may also be required if participant is taken ill or shows symptoms of COVID-19 to ensure medical attention is sought. If this happens, we'll consult parties as soon as possible on how to and when to reconvene. And please do not attend the venue if you are feeling unwell. Unfortunately, it's not going to be possible for us to leave our belongings overnight in the hall. This is because of bookings. So we are going to have to clear away each day, which will be useful that we're starting at 10 o'clock because it gives us time each day to get set up. Apologies for that. There are no fire drills scheduled. The toilets, the gents and a disabled toilet are in the foyer. There is another toilet through just up these stairs here, which would maybe direct the ladies to use. Before we open today's inquiry session, can I just check if there are any questions regarding the procedures that we've just outlined? No. Okay then, so we'll move on now to the first inquiry session on landscape and visual impacts. We've set aside all day today and tomorrow for this session, this topic, and there's also opportunity to overrun into Wednesday as per the original timetable if necessary. For the landscape and visual inquiry, we'd expect witnesses' evidence to be given in the following order. Firstly, Samantha Oxley on behalf of the applicant. Could Mr Finlay, could you just confirm whether or not you wish the Council or Nature Scotland's witness first?
The Council will go first and Nature Scotland second, and I've informed Mr Trinick of that some time ago.
Thanks. And then finally, Mr Kelly will appear on behalf of his clients, as mentioned. Is that running order acceptable to parties? Yep. Okay. In addition to those present in the room, we've also had a statement from Dr Gordon on behalf of Mountaineering Scotland. Unfortunately, Dr Gordon is unavailable to join us for this week's sessions. However, as parties are aware, we have accepted Dr Gordon's precognition as his statement and we'll take it fully into consideration in the assessment of the proposal. Are there any questions on the procedures for the inquiry session? No. If that's the case, then on that basis, we'll move on to hearing evidence. Mr Trinick, would you like to start?
Thank you, sir. Yes, no procedural questions. Just wanted to, I want to tick off some points. Wright Johnson Mackenzie sent you a list of documents I'd be referring to in giving, when Sam Oxley gives their evidence, Chief, we've got those.
That's correct. We have all of the documents loaded onto these devices, and for members of the public, I'm aware that there is also laptops at the rear of the room that they can access those with.
But I wanted to make sure you got the list of ones I'm specifically going to refer to in chief. You haven't. That was my question. The other thing is we've also sent through a list of documents I am going to refer to in cross-examination of Mark Steele and Sarah Fletcher, and presumably you haven't got those. Right.
Well, what we could do, if you have a copy of that list, we can, if we just take an initial
I can
5 minutes
I'll
now.
read them out right now.
Okay, yeah, that would be ideal, thank you.
But I'll go on to my other points first, because I can go straight from that into the evidence. I believe you have the latest set of conditions dated 16th of August. That's good. Coming on to site visits, it was left at the PEM that I think we talk about it later, but we will be asking you to do an accompanied site visit around the site itself and the surrounds of the site going towards Mount Battock. I think you'll be grateful for the offer when you have to walk around there, and we can provide transport when we know when you intend to do it. Obviously, other parties will need to attend as well, but otherwise, we're perfectly happy you go unaccompanied, obviously, but around the site, we would like you to be accompanied. The purpose of that request is to enable you to have pointed out to you, purely factually, some of the facets of the site which may come up in evidence.
Yeah, well, after hearing the evidence and whatnot, we'll discuss those matters.
That's
and
fine.
We'll make a decision on that. Thank you.
And my final point is you'll see sitting with Sam Oxley, her colleague Dan Walker, and the purpose of that exercise is, in this first in-person inquiry after a long break, is to help manage hard copy documents. There'll be no feeding of information, I promise you. So coming on to the documents required for this session.
Just before I have this sentence, and it's very Yes. Can you hear me?
You get this one.
Take 3. Yes, so I also sent through a list, but we both sent them at the weekend. Obviously, it's last-minute preparation for something like cross-examination, examination in chief. I know they were received by your office because there were acknowledgements, but they obviously haven't got to both of you yet. We'll bear that in mind, but I will, when Mr. Trinick's finished reading out his list, I'll read out mine for cross-examination too, if that would assist.
I think maybe if you just have it further away from you when you speak, it should. Is it clear for myself? Or you can just.
It's clear, sir, but I am getting some feedback.
And sir, just to confirm, yes, there is some form of feedback coming through the microphone, speaking and interfering with hearing the sound. I've not heard that before.
So obviously, lack of use for some time has given rise to these issues.
Okay, so our technical wizard at the back of the room will no doubt resolve things as best as he can for us. Thank you, Ewan. We'll do the best that we can. If the issues persist, just do let us know and we'll. Okay, thank you.
So the documents I'm going to be referring to in evidence in chief are, they're all CDs, so I'll just give their numbers. 1.3, which I'll try and remember as I go along, as the environmental statement main text, noting that there are some figures embedded within the text of each chapter. 1.5 and 1.6, and they are the visualizations at the EIAR stage. And 9.8, those are the guidelines for landscape and visual impact assessment published by the Landscape Institute. 9.39, which is good practice during Windfarm construction document. 9.39. 14.1.1 and 14.1.2, well, that's Sam Oxley's inquiry report and her appendices. 14.4, I can't remember what 15.4 is. I think it's some evidence. I'll look it up. It's Mark Steele's inquiry report. 16.1, which I guess will be Sarah Fletcher's inquiry report, and 24.3, which are the latest set of conditions. So it's a reasonably limited list, but that, I just say in advance, I'll always forget to notify you, but I'll do my best not to.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering, it might be if Murray Smith could send you the cross-examination list today, that would be helpful for tomorrow.
Yeah, during our first comfort break this morning, we'll get in touch with Morag and we'll get that information through.
So the lists were sent to you very early this morning. You may not have seen them on your email, but I have them, so you should have them as well from Morag.
That's great, thanks.
This is always a problem when you start an inquiry on a Monday, because nobody works in DPA and it was at the weekend.
Mr. Finlay, your list.
Yes, our list. I'm not going to attempt to identify the documents, but it's 921, and then I've just noticed, and then 1.3 to 1.6, so CD 1.3 to 1.6 are all the EIAR documents. I had included 1.2 on the list by mistake. That should be 1.6. 16.10, 16.1 you've already had, which is Sarah Fletcher's evidence. 8.7, 1.27.1 and 2, which is the additional information and figures. 9.17, 9.32, 1 and 4, 9.34 and 9.19, 1 and 3. Those are the landscape character type documents and the SLA documents. And can I add one to the list that Mr. Trinick doesn't have, which is 936, which is hill tracks. And I haven't included in that list Miss Oxley's evidence, but obviously all of that.
Perfect, thanks. We've took a note of those.
Very well, sir. Am I cleared to start? Excellent.
Thank you.
I call my first and indeed only witness in this session. I'm first of all going to test the mics. Can people hear me? At the back of the room. Okay, thank you. I'm going to take the precognition as read, obviously, and just go on to supplementary points, which will involve, there are going to be about 8 of them. It will take between 45 minutes and an hour, and I'll try to keep it to the format. We are addressing the evidence of 2 other witnesses. And it will involve rigorously responding and no more to what others say. So first of all, would you take up, please, Mr. Steele's inquiry report. I've promptly forgotten the number, but I think it's 15.4. And Ma'am, some people are following, sir, some people are following electronically, some in actual. I'll try and do the electronic page numbers and translate where required. So we're at electronic page 33 of his inquiry report at paragraph 536. Sorry, 533, my apologies. 533 starts on electronic page 32. It's easy with Mr. Steele's evidence. It's just subtract 1 to get to the real page number. But it's on page 30, electronic page 33 I want to go. Here he talks about the geographic extent of significant. See what he says. And the other reference that in Sarah Fletcher's inquiry report on page 59 at paragraph 945, where she addresses the same topic. And we've all read that, so it's just a reference, please. And finally, 949, where she considers geographic extent of significant landscape effects within the Tayside landscape character type as opposed to the Aberdeenshire. So, Ms Oxley, what I want you to do is get out, and everyone might get out, inquiry map, we call it, which is 1412, Appendix D, Figure D. It's an almost great big A2 thing if you've got the hard copy.
So you're saying Appendix D?
It's Appendix D, Figure D1.
D1.
It's inside a plastic folder. These inquiry maps are always intended to convey all the information on one sheet, but they can become a bit unmanageable. My apologies for that. Sir, it's in your volume just in front of you there. Very well. Ms Oxley, what do you want to tell us in return, in response to the points that Mr Steele and Sarah Fletcher make?
One, two.
Yeah, essentially I would like to clarify the extent of landscape effects with reference to this figure that I find very useful, and I hope everybody else will as well. So taking up this figure, D1, you can see a 5-kilometre dashed line which marks the 5-kilometre radius around the site. And within that you can see essentially a rectangle rather than a radius. We all talk radius, but of course we're not talking about a circle, we're talking about more of a rectangle on its side. And I just wanted to clarify the extent of effects on landscape character. So starting to the west, effects extend to the ridge line that runs between viewpoint 1 and viewpoint 4. I'll return to those effects within Tayside afterwards. Don't let me forget to mention that one. Then to the south, effects extend to about 2 kilometres between viewpoint 1 and viewpoint 3. Obviously a little bit further away at viewpoint 3, it's about 3.5 kilometres at viewpoint 3. To the east, they extend about 3 kilometres, so that's between viewpoint 2 and viewpoint 3, broadly where the red begins on the map. At viewpoint 4, they extend to 3.8 kilometres and then continue along the north side of the site, following the ridge through to viewpoint 5, which is 4.7 kilometres away. And then returning to the effects within Tayside, there's a gap within the ZTV.
So you haven't covered the southern boundary, please.
Oh, sorry. The southern boundary, they extend between viewpoint 1 and viewpoint 3.
And
so
is there seems to be broad agreement, sorry to lead you a bit, with Mark Steele in terms of what he says in 533 of his evidence, except perhaps in the direction of viewpoint 6. Is that your point of difference?
Yes, so Mr. Steele, paragraph 5.33 on page 32, describes a similar area, the main difference being that he considers that effects on landscape character extend out to viewpoint 6, which is on about the 5-kilometre radius,
right.
Whereas I consider that those effects aren't actually characterising in terms of effects on landscape character.
Well, the reporters can note that that's one difference between witnesses there. And I think Mr. Steele doesn't assess effects outside Aberdeenshire, so we might just note that before we pass on, and then go on to Sarah Fletcher's evidence, and I've given you the references already. And I think in Tayside, she sees the significant effects extending rather further than you do. Is that right?
Yes. Sarah Fletcher sees the effects extending out to 8 kilometres. I consider effects on character to be significant in the vicinity of viewpoint 9, which is at about 5.8 kilometres away. And Ms. Fletcher refers to effects also being significant at Craig Souls, which is about another 1 kilometre further to the southwest of viewpoint 9. It's a subsidiary peak of the same hill, essentially. I've considered Craig Souls, and I've run some Y lines and looked again at the effects there. I would say this is very much on the limit in terms of significant effects. It's marginal, given that essentially you're lower down and further away at that viewpoint. So it's about that point where I would say that if the significant effects on landscape character fade into not significant effects.
You would also say you don't see significant effects extending to the southwest as far as the Hill of Wirral.
No, whilst it's a significant visual effect, I wouldn't say that was a characterising
character effect. All right, yeah. Thank you. That'll do on that point. Thank you very much. My second, please.
Only just a point of information. I don't think Ms. Fletcher thinks they extend as far as Hill of Wirral, which is 10 kilometres away. She suggests they extend up to 8 kilometres, which is part of the way to Hill of Wirral, but not all of the way.
If you, next reference is Mr. Steele only this time, and It's at 536 on electronic page 33. It can't be, it's the wrong page. Hang on, I'll just get the right page for you. It is, it's the right page. It starts at 536 at the bottom of internal page 32. The EIAR table 611 concludes that, and it continues over the page with italics text and therefore quotation, which we needn't rehearse, except that there are, note the references to LCAs in that paragraph, the Mount LCA. But then the words as such, the additional cumulative magnitude of change to this LCT will be medium. Is there something you want to clarify or correct at that point?
Yes, the first line of paragraph 2 should say LCA, not LCT, as the text is referring to one area of the LCT, essentially the month. There are several other areas of this LCT, which for clarity is numbered 22 on EIAR figure 6.5 in CD 1.3. But this recognises that to occur across areas.
Okay, thank you. The next point takes us to site access tracks, where the site access comes up from the south, from the Howard Mearns, and goes up the hill, and then there's the track above the forestry, which is probably the point in dispute between the parties, the impact of that track. So let's talk about that point of dispute. And if we go to Mr. Steele's inquiry report, just for reference, on EP 47, paragraph 614, we can see what he says. The reporters will be familiar with it already. And he's looking there at viewpoint 23, and we'll turn to that in a moment. And Sarah Fletcher deals with the same issue at 1023 on page 66. And thank you, Sarah Fletcher. Your electronic page numbers are the same as the actual gold star. 1023 and also at 1042 on page 72, and she also refers at this point to viewpoint 23. And just for reference, we needn't go there. The site tracks are also dealt with by Mark's on pages 4 and 55 of his inquiry report. That's just for your notes, sir. But would you please get out now? I'm using CD 127. You can go to CD 16 if you like, whichever. Figure 65 in CD 127. In fact, I think actually, no, CD 127 is the one to go to, as we're talking about site access tracks. You'll recognise 635A because it's very clearly daffodil season in the foreground. And the angle of view in 635, you can see, takes in the upper part of the access track above the forestry going towards the site. So that's what we're talking about. Are you there, sir? Thank you. Figure 635A, Ms. Oxley, is the baseline photograph, and then we go on to 635B, which I believe, so we get the facts before I ask you the question, to the left you've got one area of access showing, which is in the region of Borough Pit 4, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And then to the right you've got the red line of the access track as it continues towards the top of the hill and the site and the turbine. So if we're clear about that, I can, well, just go to 635C, because that is the montaged visualization of the track. And we might keep that in front of us, 635C. Right, Ms Oxley, what do you want to tell us?
I wanted to say that the visualization shows the full construction corridor, so essentially during construction and perhaps day one of opening. So in places that line is shown to be 25 metres wide, it essentially doesn't show the reinstatement of the verges and the side slopes, and obviously doesn't give any indication of how that might weather over time. So having looked again at this, I do not consider that the effect will be significant in the long term. I stand by my judgment of minor, but given the disturbance during construction prior to restoration of those side slopes, I would be happy to say that the effect would be moderate during construction. And just to note, I don't use the intermediate grades, so major, moderate, minor are my only grades. I don't have the intermediate grades that the other witnesses have.
Thanks. Just going back to figure 635 itself, just for more factual information for the reporters. Am I right in saying that the distance between the viewpoint 23 and the point where the track emerges from the forestry, therefore becomes the bit we are talking about, is about 4.5 kilometres?
I'm just going to check that because it's not shown on my visualisation. Yes, that's about right. Yeah.
The viewpoint location, that's in Fettercairn, and we've got what I call Distillery Road, in other words, the road that goes from the distillery just to the northwest of the community and goes down in a southeasterly direction. Am I right in my geography?
Yes.
And which way broadly do the houses face along Distillery Road?
The bulk of the houses around Distillery Road face southwest through to southeast. There are very few views to the northwest.
All right. That covers that point. I want to move on the same general topic to what might be done to mitigate the construction effects of access track generally, but for the purpose of the evidence, this section of the access track. We needn't go there, but Mark Steele covers this in paragraph 734, electronic page 61. That's just a reference. I think he queries whether CD 127, that's the AI 22, actually really addresses mitigation properly. So, one more reference. If you get out, no, we're not going to get it out. We're going to refer to CD 24.3, where if the reporters see condition 35 on page 37, that is the access track restoration condition. We're not in the condition session, so I'm not going to go into the wording, but that's where you will find it. Right, Ms Oxley, what do you want to say about this topic?
Essentially, I wanted to highlight the fact that mitigation for the access track will be secured by the condition that Mr Trinick has already mentioned, which is called access track treatment. Essentially, mitigation for the upper slopes will follow the same principles as on the lower slopes, but of course tree planting wouldn't be appropriate here. So emphasis will be on the profile and grading and revegetating of the side slopes in order to return them to a moorland-type vegetation of heather and grasses. Sloping ground, I note that the track will be on a bench cut into the hill, typically sloping slightly in towards the hillside. In terms of viewpoint 23, most viewpoints, the track will be seen from the below. So what we'll be seeing is the side edge rather than its running surface. It will not be a case of looking down onto it or along it. So in practice, referring to the condition and to the on good practice for wind farm construction, which is CD 9.39, the topsoil and turfs that are scraped from the construction corridor will be saved to soften and landscape the side slopes, creating a rolling topography to tie into adjacent slopes.
Slow down a bit. People have got to write this down.
Saved to soften and landscape the side slopes, creating a rolling topography to tie into adjacent slopes. Verge reinstatement is addressed in CD 9.39 on page 47.
Changing topics, and the next one is borrow pits. And the references, again, I think we don't need to go there. Mr. Steele's evidence at 552, electronic page 36. And it's also useful to refer, when you're considering the evidence, reporters, to CD 14, Appendix 4.1, which is the EIAR borrow pit assessment. And also to refer to CD 24.3, condition 29 on page 32. That's all about borrow pits and their use and restoration. But again, we'll deal with that in the condition session. What I'd like you to get out, please, to have in front of us CD 13, Chapter 4, which is the description of the scheme, and there is figure 4.1a, which comes after page 4.8. It's embedded within the chapter. Is that the one you've got, Sam? Yes, good. Yeah. If you let me know when you've got there, we'll make a start.
May not be on the digital copy. It's not on Mr. Steele's digital copy.
Oh, is it not?
We just realised that.
So within the chapter, you go from page 4.8 on to something else. Whereas another way of doing this, I think if you go to CD 13,
It's in chapter. It's in CD 1.4 on the figure.
okay. So it's in a separate heading of figures. Right. Okay. Now, we had that puzzle ourselves, to be fair. I was saying it's embedded, and they were saying it wasn't. But it depends which copy you're looking at.
So what figure are we looking at?
You're looking at, if you go to CD 14, and there's a subheading of figures, I suppose it is, and you go into chapter 4 figures and 4.1a. Yep. Those who produce environmental statements need to come to inquiries once or twice. Now, on that figure 4.1a, Ms. Oxley, you can see the borrow pits 1, 2, 3, and 4. At least you can see down to 3. If you go to 4.1b, you'll see Borrowpit 4, to which we've already referred in the context of viewpoint 23. You remember that? Now, dealing first with Borrowpit 2, is it your understanding that a condition has been offered that Borrowpit 2 will not be used?
Yes, it's my understanding that Borrowpit 2, which was the search area rather than a Borrowpit, is not used.
And then Borrowpit 1 we see under the slopes of Wolf Hill. What do you want to say about that in terms of landscape and visual evidence?
Yeah, in terms of Borrowpit 1, my observation is that from viewpoints to the north, which includes Clacnaben, you'll be looking at the side of the Borrowpit rather than into its back face, and that side edge will help screen views into the Borrowpit.
Now, within CD14 Appendix 4.1, you'll see the sections for the Borrowpits. Figure 4.1.2 is the section for Borrowpit 1, and for 4.1.4 and 5 are the sections for Borrowpits 3 and 4. 2 is now not relevant. So if you wanted to refer to the sections, that's where they are. Sorry, Ms Oxley, I interrupted you. But that was Borrowpit 1. Now, what about Borrowpit 3? That's on to the southeast of Cock Hill, is that right?
Yes. So Borrowpit 3 won't be visible from the north because of the immediate topography at Rough Bank. Essentially, it's sitting on the south side, the back side of the hill.
Yes, I can see the contours there. So the contours of Rough Bank will preclude views from, for example, Clacnaben.
Yes, that's correct.
Right, okay. And if we turn over to figure 4.1b, we can see Borrowpit 4. Tell us about that.
So Borrowpit 4 is an existing, quite large Borrowpit that's sitting within the forest. It's not currently visible beyond the forest, and that would remain the case. The other point to note here is that the land to the south of it has recently been planted with woodland, so should any of that forest be removed, the new native woodland that's been planted would serve a screening purpose there as well.
Reporters, figure 4.1.5 I referred to before in what CD14 has a photograph of the existing Borrowpit at Borrowpit 4. When was that photograph taken, Ms Oxley? Obviously.
Probably about 2016, I would
2016,
imagine.
all right. It's helpful, thank you very much. And while conditions are for discussion, is it your understanding that, discussion later, that this condition 29 is intended to address the restoration of Borrowpits?
Yes. Essentially, the engineering drawings in Appendix 4.1 are indicative to enable volume calculations, and landscaping would be required as part of the condition. And landscaping would include aspects such as rounding steep slopes, rolling back edges, and placing material to help tie into contours. Any available soft, technically engineering unsuitable material will be used to help soften the steep slopes. So essentially partial backfill will be achieved, and turfs and peat will be used on its top to help promote revegetation.
Now at the Highland Boundary Fault and at Clacnaben. And Sarah Fletcher's inquiry report is the one to refer to here. and I'll read out the bit, it's so short. It's paragraph 716 on page 31, where Sarah Fletcher says, Nature Scott considers the Eastern Mouth landscape has a clear, strong sense of place, stemming from its regional context at the start/end of the HBF uplands. The perception of this reinforced by the iconic landmark of Clacton, which contributes to the wider national landscape resource. So that's the evidence we're addressing. I think it'd be helpful to get out Sarah Fletcher's figures, which are, I think, all within 16.1, but I may be wrong. Mr. Fenley, are they electronically attached to the report, or are they separate? They are. I'm getting a nod. Thank you. So I want you to go to figure 1. Sorry, figure 3. Figure 1, but it's tab 3 within the appendices. And also, please get out your appendices. And I want you to go to your figure D3. If it's possible to have those alongside each other, that would be good. D3. It's the Landscapes of Scotland map showing, as far as we're concerned, area 32 Mount. Just getting our facts straight, looking at Sarah Fletcher's figure 1 within her appendices, we can see the Highland Boundary Fault, indeed the Great Glen Fault, but the Highland Boundary Fault for our purposes, extending from, well, Conic Hill, really, around somewhere around Helensburgh, right up to the coast at Stonehaven, and you can see the site. And then on your D3, you can follow probably from our knowledge of the evidence the relevant part of the Highland Boundary Fault as it goes broadly east-northeast through the access and then towards the coast. I'm not going to try and give evidence there. We'll take it in two parts. Let's deal with the Highland Boundary Fault first. What do you want to say in response to Sarah Fletcher?
I wanted to clarify that the site is not at the start or the end of the Highland Boundary Fault. And you can see that clearly on the two figures that show the Highland Boundary Fault. Just to complete the point that Mr. Trinick was saying just now, the Highland Boundary Fault broadly follows the northern edge of Area 41 on figure D. So you can see that in a little bit more detail than you can see on Ms. Fletcher's map. You can obviously see the site there. My map also allows you to see Clacton in relation to where the Highland Boundary Fault falls, which is just to the north of the site, closer to the northern edge of Area 32, again on figure D3. So I wanted to clarify that Clacton is not marking the Highland Boundary Fault as such. It's actually quite a lot further north. And nor is it similar to Conic Hill in that respect, because Conic Hill down near Loch Lomond, and you can see that on Ms. Fletcher's map in area 55, Conic Hill is actually on the Highland Boundary Fault. So Clacton and Conic Hill are not similar in that respect.
I think, to be fair to the reporters, Conic Hill is not mentioned in the paragraph to which I refer, but it is mentioned elsewhere in Sarah Fletcher's evidence. Is that right?
It's mentioned twice, yes.
Okay, that's fine. Apologies for that.
Page 19 and 35.
Pages 19 and 35, thank you. Sorry, carry on.
So moving on to, I suppose, the aspects that are important about the Highland boundary fault, and there's evidence in this respect in various places with which I agree. So within the Strategic Landscape Capacity Study, CD 8.7, when talking about the month on page 86, it's the southern flank has a high degree of visual sensitivity. So essentially it's reflecting my view and that of others that it's the south-facing slopes of the Highland boundary fault that form the most evident and sensitive aspect of this large-scale geographical feature. It's the transition from lowland to highland. I find the Highland boundary fault feature itself is less evident once up on the hills, although the view to the south over the lowland is striking.
Were to go to a couple of viewpoints now to further illustrate your point. We might start with CD 127, viewpoint 16, which is figure 626. And I think 626A is the precise figure we want to go to.
So looking at this...
How about...
Sorry.
Wait. So, Ms. Oxley, here we have it's a wireline from which we can see that a couple of tips of Glendye will be seen, maybe 3 or 4 tips, it doesn't matter how many. We can see the blue tips, and it's possible, therefore, to easily locate Clacknaban, isn't it? We can see in the middle of the bracket for Glendye, there's the hill. Yep.
Sorry, Clacknaban is further... Hang on. I need to look
Looking at the wireline.
Clacknaban is above the turbine called West Cairnbeg on the wireline.
Yep. Sorry.
Obviously, the tour itself doesn't feature in the wireline, but you can see it clearly in the photograph above.
Yep.
And you can see that, again, it's set back from the Highland boundary fault there. And then,
Okay.
whilst we're here, you can see that the high ground of the Highland...
Sorry, I think we've got confusion here, and I want to make sure we've clarified this. In the photograph above, in the wireline, you've got, I see West Cairnbeg, and there's a single turbine there, and that's why it's got West Cairnbeg marked. And I can see Glendye. Could you just pinpoint again for the reporters the precise position of Clacknaban on that wireline?
So above the West Cairnbeg turbine, you can see the tour of Clacknaban.
Fine, thank you. And then to the right, to the east, we can see the Mid-Hill Group. Is that right?
Yes. So Mid-Hill Group is on the right-hand side of this visualisation, and above that, you see the distinctive hill of Curlock.
That's Curlock Hill beyond the left grouping of the Mid-Hill Group, behind the obvious hill there.
Yes.
Right, and what do you take from this image in terms of what Sarah Fletcher says, which I read out to the inquiry?
Well, I think this image shows well that the Highland boundary fault and the hills associated with it can keep continuing for a long way further to the east beyond Clacknaben, and that Clacknaben doesn't mark either the Highland boundary fault or the end point of the Highland boundary fault.
And the second and last viewpoint to go to on this topic is viewpoint 21, within the same series, please. Figure 631. That's you might turn to the locator map before we start looking at anything else, from which you'll see that it's West Hill, which is on the outskirts of Aberdeen, just west of Aberdeen, at a distance of 32 kilometres from the nearest turbine. Okay with that. What do you want to say about this?
Again, this shows the block of Highland from the north, and you can see Clacknaben to the right of the landscape bowl where Glendye would sit.
So you can see Glendye, and the right-hand turbine is on the shoulder of a hill, but it's the hill to the right of that one is Clacknaben, is that right? Yeah, okay.
The next hill along again. So on figure 6.31a, it's above, it's between the words construct and panorama if you wanted a location, or the brown cow, a bit further right of the brown cow.
Okay.
So and the other things, the other hills again that you can see in this view are Curlock, which is the higher hill to the east of this. Don't get your east and west muddled here because we're looking from the north, but that's the left-hand side. It's about where the crease in the page is.
Yep.
So sitting just above and to the right of Mid-Hill.
And what does the view from this point tell you in the context of what Sarah Fletcher said and which we've rehearsed?
Again, it tells you that Clacknaben isn't sitting at the end of the upland formed by the Highland boundary fault, and indeed that upland continues a long way further east to Stonehaven where it drops to the coast.
Very well. Going on to Clacknaben, I said there were two topics here. We've dealt with the HBF, Highland Boundary Fault. And Sarah Fletcher does it, and in general terms, in Section 5 of her evidence, a lot of observations which we can address with one question now. And Mark Steele deals with this on page, I think it's electronic, page 56 of her evidence at 723. We needn't go there. I want you to respond to what they say in two ways. One, looking at Clacknaben as a destination, and second, looking at Clacknaben as a landmark. So let's deal first with Clacknaben as a destination, and Mark Steele says in 726, actually, on EP 57, Clacknaben is a popular hill summit, and he says other things as well, but that's the point at which he makes his point. What do you want to say in response?
Just wanted to clarify that the proposal would be between 4.7 at its closest to 7.5 kilometres away from Clacknaben. Clacknaben is a regional landmark within an area of relatively low, gentle rolling hills, which themselves are interstate. As such, it's of note and considered both a landmark and a destination. I'm sure you've been there, but it's accessed.
Can I stop you there? Have you walked Clacknaben? Okay, then we can be pretty brief, okay?
Yes. Oh, yes, you have, haven't you?
And did you approach it from the east, from the car park?
We did, yeah.
Okay, well, you can be very, very brief in that case.
So it's primarily accessed from the B974. Takes about an hour and a half each way. You park and you walk through the woodland. You cross Miller's Bog and then you pass up, not Glendye, but for clarity it's the glen containing Milburn, and then climb up the east flank.
I think we can take this quickly. The reporters have been there.
Sorry.
So,
I just wanted to note, though, that there are views of Mid-Hill Windfarm nearly all the way, seen to the east. Obviously, you see those more as you come down and when you sit at the top. You would get a view of Glendye as pretty much as you arrive at the summit, just before you arrive at the summit. I also note, having been up there, that people tend to sit facing southeast out of the prevailing wind, looking towards Mid-Hill, indeed to the east. So Glendye will be seen to the south-southwest.
So I think it's agreed evidence that Glendye will affect one aspect of the panoramic views available from the summit. That's not in contention, nor is it in contention that the visual effect will be significant, and there's no doubt about that. But tell us more about which are the notable views, in your opinion, from the top of Clacnaben?
The notable views from the top of Clacnaben are they're all noted on the signboard in the car park, actually, if you read it. But,
yep, carry on, please.
North towards Smither Tap, across the lowlands, southeast towards the coast, and west-northwest to the higher hills of the Cairngorms. The turbines will be seen to the south. They'll largely be backclothed and more frequently seen in silhouette, so darker looking against the darker land.
And the other location I wanted, because it appears in the evidence, is if I lost it completely. On, I think, figure 6.2, within chapter 3, or within separate chapters electronically for the ES, you can see the hill known as Banaki up to the north, can't you? A long way to the north. And that's got a tour. Is it Mither Tap? Is that the name of it?
Yes, that's Smither Tap, which forms a landmark within the view from Clacnaben.
So Mither Tap is visible to the north from Clacnaben. I'm sure you've seen it, sir. Thank you very much. Moving on to some final... Well, Clacnaben is a landmark. Mr. Steele deals with this on electronic page 59726. From where do you mainly see Clacnaben as a landmark?
We don't have a ZTV of Clacnaben that we can refer to, but from my experience travelling around the area, it's mainly seen from Deeside to the north, and also from the sea to the southeast, and occasionally from the south, for example, viewpoint 16, where the land's more elevated, where we've just been.
I'd like to take you to 3 viewpoints to finish off on this. The first is viewpoint 14. Figure 624. I'm looking at CD 127 for this. You're there, sir. Thank you. This is an elevated view at a distance of 14.5 kilometres. And if you scoot through 624A, because it doesn't tell you anything at all, 624B will show you the Durris transmitter and then the Mid-Hill group. And we see Glendye in 624C. Is that correct? Is this a typical view from Deeside, or is it rather it's more elevated, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a more elevated view. There are very few lower-lying views, so I suppose this is a more typical view. The ZTB is quite limited within Deeside. Sorry, I'm talking about the view of Clacton Ben rather than the view of Glendye.
No, I understand that.
So,
Yeah.
Clacton Ben is widely seen within Deeside.
And you can see, I think, in
lower
this image, more than from the south, I'm leading you there, but you can see the tour of Clacton Ben quite clearly, can't you?
Yes, particularly in the photograph, less so in the wire.
I don't think we need to go back to viewpoint 21. We've already been there and looked at that, and we've been to viewpoint 16, so we needn't get back there, so we can cut that short. But for the reporter's note, in the context of that landmark evidence, it's viewpoints 14, 16 and 21 we'd like you to have in mind. A short point now, the last point actually, Sarah Fletcher's evidence at 9:25 on page 53. Where she says the more extensive network of tracks referred to in the AI reflects those more prevalent existing forest roads and Windfarm access tracks in the east of this LCT. I think you wanted to respond to that.
Yes, I wanted to clarify that I wasn't referring to the tracks within the forestry. I was referring to the network of tracks across the moorland closer to site. For example, extending from the ridge between Mount Battock and Clacton down to Glendye.
Ms. Oxley, thank you very much. Would you please stay there? There may be some questions for you. But might we have a small comfort break before we start that process?
Yeah, that'd be. Thank you very much for your evidence there. I would suggest that we take a 20-minute comfort break, if that's acceptable with people. We have the toilets here. We'll give a little bit longer, just because, as I say, if people want to rush out to recaffeinate, there's shops nearby. But we'll come back in 20 minutes for starting at 25 to 12.
I just want to, before I start cross-examination proper, clarify a couple of points from your additional points this morning, hopefully. So the first point, you were taken to your large Appendix D1, so that very large plan. And you were clarifying the limit or otherwise of disagreement between you and Mr. Steele and Ms. Fletcher in terms of landscape, extent of landscape impact. And just so I understand it, in respect of Mr. Steele, I think whilst there was, you're effectively in agreement with him that you can have significant landscape impacts up to about 5 kilometres, and viewpoint 5, using that as just a location, is an example of that. Your extent of difference is whether there's a significant landscape impact in the vicinity of viewpoint 6.
Yes, that's correct. To be precise, 4.7 kilometres is Clacton.
Yes, but yeah. I think in your evidence it's up to 3 or 3 to 4. In the Statement of Agreed Matters it's 3 to 5. But if Clacton is very nearly 5, I'm happy with that answer. I don't think there's a significant disagreement between you and Mr. Steele there. There will be as to viewpoint 6, and we might leave that for the reporters. As to Sarah Fletcher, and this is the clarification primarily I was looking for, you drew attention to Mount Ean, viewpoint 9, and that was effectively the limit of where your, I think, as I understood it, significant landscape impact extended to. You then referred to Craig Souls. Now, first of all, I think you gave a figure, and I just wanted to have that. Is that 1.9 kilometres further away, or did I take that down incorrectly? I may well have done.
No, Craig Souls is at 7 kilometres.
7 kilometres. And so we can work that now. Craig Souls, you said it's on the limit of significant effects, paraphrasing you. So are you disagreeing with, is there any real disagreement with Ms Fletcher that there is or could be a significant impact at Craig Souls?
Other than using different language, I would say moderate.
Yes.
At that point. I think she says moderate major.
But it would be significant in your view?
It's borderline. It's basically at the point where it drops off. And the ES does reflect that. It talks about significant effects in the vicinity of viewpoint 9 and extending out to Craig Souls.
So, okay, so I'm taking from that there's no disagreement about Craig Souls in terms of significance, but if you like extent of significance, there might be.
I suppose the level of its significance, yes.
Let's call it level.
It's at that cusp, I suppose, borderline either way.
Yeah, and then if we just look further to the south of that, down to viewpoint 10, so we see viewpoint 10 in context. Hill of Wirren is just under 10 kilometres away, and the dispute between... So if you see where on your plan you've got the words TAY 3 just for purposes of identification.
Yes.
That, if we accept for argument, that is perhaps beyond 6 and within the 8. There's another Craig Souls there, as I see, to the east of Hill of Wirren.
Oh, you can see that, yes.
So I just wanted to understand your position there, so I have the extent of dispute between you and Ms Fletcher clear. I'm not trying to do any more than just clarify the extent of dispute at this stage. Do you accept that in the vicinity of TAY 3, which I think is probably beyond 6 kilometres, looking at the 5 kilometre dotted line, do you accept any significant landscape impact there at all, or...
Not in the vicinity of TAY 3.
Or getting further towards viewpoint 10?
No, significant visual effect, but not a significant effect on landscape character.
I said further towards, but certainly not at viewpoint 10, because as I clarified, I think Ms Fletcher's evidence is fairly clear. Her significant effects extend up to 8 kilometres, and so not as far as Hill of Wirren. That's all very helpful. That's clarified that for me. Your second point was about Mr Steele's evidence at paragraph 33, where you corrected the... page 33, where you corrected a reference from LCT to LCA. Now, I just wanted your confirmation. The error doesn't lie in Mr Steele's transcription of what was in the EIAR. The error lies originally in the EIAR itself.
Yes, that's why I wanted to clarify it.
Yep.
Essentially, we're talking about the impact on the LCA rather than a number of different areas, a number of different types.
So just for the reporters, I mean, he's given that... I'm just trying to find the table at 6 point... It's table 6.11 in the EIAR is in fact has the wrong wording in it.
Yes, it should say LCA.
Yep. Okay. Now, you then had some regard to the third point related to tracks, and you were making the point that the visualizations in CD 1.27 showed the full width of the tracks, and we'll come back to tracks in due course. And you referred to a figure of 25-metre width, and we'll come back and look at that in due course. But
Can I just clarify, that's not the actual width of the
No,
track,
it's
that's
the works.
the work, the extent
But
of works.
what you were saying was that the visualisations showed the 25-metre width.
The whole working width, yes.
Now,
Yeah.
one question following that. On the other visualisations, the original visualisations showing tracks, what is the width they show there?
But they also show the full working width.
They all do.
Yes.
And you then went on to make the point that from the lower areas, such as the viewpoint you were taking to, which I can't remember what it is,
23.
you're looking at the tracks side on.
Yeah.
And so whether the track at CD 127, when you're looking at, are showing at 25-metre widths, you're not seeing 25-metre width on the visualisation because you're looking at it side on.
But it's on sloping ground, so essentially you're seeing the cut and fill slopes.
Yeah, absolutely. But
those are the ones that would be restored.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But the 25-metre is a horizontal measurement, as I understand it.
The 25-metre encompasses the cut.
Yeah.
The cut and the fill.
Yeah. But when you're looking at it side on and what the visualisations show, it's not going to show a 25-metre impact on the whatever visualisation you're looking at. It's going to be looking at it from the side, aren't you?
Essentially, you're seeing the cut slope and the fill slope, and you're not seeing the flat running surface because you're below it.
Yeah. So is there going to be any difference at all between what you see between the completed version and the as a result of the point you were trying to make, if you're looking at it from the side, you're going to be looking at it's going to show the road going up the hillside. It's not showing 25 metres at the moment.
But both the cut and the fill slopes will be landscaped and covered back over and restored to a moorland vegetation. So you wouldn't then see those so clearly in the longer term.
We'll come to that in due course as to the extent that will be successful, but perhaps we can agree this at this stage. That will depend in part, at least, upon the underlying ground and what if it's made up of rock, it's more difficult to reconstitute the vegetation. If it's not, it may be easier.
Good practice requires the stripping of the peat or the topsoil and the turfs, and the placement of that back over the underlying ground, the subsoil or the rock.
Yeah, but the extent to which that will take will depend upon how close to the surface the underlying rock is.
Yeah, but there's already vegetation across that area, so we can assume that there is at least some topsoil to enable that turf to grow.
Right, as I say, we'll come back to tracks in more detail, but I just want to ask about the edges. You then asked about borrow pits, and borrow pit 2 mentioned that there's a condition being offered to effectively delete borrow pit 2. Clarification, is that before the reporters at the moment or not?
I believe so, yes.
Yes, it is.
Right, okay.
To be fair, recently.
Recently.
On 16th of August, they came in.
Thank you. And then, lastly, by way of clarification, you described you were taken to Clacton Ben both as a landmark and delineation, and in
Destination.
Destination. My apologies. Yeah. In your commentary under destination, you referred to it as a regional landmark.
Yes.
In your report, and the reporters may wish to note paragraph 550 onwards, you've referred to it as a local landmark feature. Now, it would seem to me that a regional landmark is something more than a local landmark feature. Is that, in terms of terminology, describing something as a regional landmark would presumably be more than a local landmark landmark feature, would it not?
I
Leaving
would-
aside Clacton Ben.
Yeah, I would use local and regional interchangeably. What I'm saying is it's not a national landmark feature.
Okay, so where we, that's interesting because it doesn't necessarily come out from your report, but where we read in your report local landmark feature, the reporters can note that you'd be happy to accept Clacton Ben is a regional landmark feature.
It's a feature within Aberdeenshire rather than a known feature within Scotland.
Yes, it's not
Yeah.
Ben Nevis.
It's not Ben Nevis or Arthur's Seat.
Yeah, but it's some, okay, because the word local, and we'll come on to this in a moment, is used in a number of places in your evidence to mean different things, and it's not a criticism. It's just to know what local means in this context. And of local landscape feature, you're using a regional context for local there.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Very helpful.
A kind of Aberdeenshire context.
Yes, or given we're at the boundary of Aberdeenshire and Tayside or Angus, it's Clacton Ben is a feature that is not just of local importance, to use your wording in Aberdeenshire. It would be of local importance on the northeastern side of Angus as well.
From where it's seen, yes.
Yes. So that's why I think the word regional is perhaps of some importance. Great. If we then turn back to, well, not you don't need to turn anywhere, but I shall turn to my original notes for cross-examination of you. When did you first visit the site with this Windfarm proposal in mind? I'm not looking for a precise date.
It was about 2016. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, because we see that LUC was involved in the EIAR production and design, but as I understand it from those instructing me, it wasn't you they dealt with, it was others. So were you involved in the design stages?
I was always involved in the site, but I was working with others.
You say you were always involved in the site, but to what extent? Were you leading the team? Were you part of the team?
I was the director responsible for the landscape planning component of the environmental statement.
But your name doesn't appear anywhere on it, nor did you attend any of the relevant meetings.
I did attend some of the relevant meetings and some of the site visits.
You did? Right.
And I don't know if my name appears anywhere on it.
I don't think it does. I may be wrong, but so that when you're talking about the design ethos, that's something you are aware from first hand from 2016, or because as I understand it, there were initial proposals in respect to the site from 2012 onwards. Would you have been involved at that stage?
I don't remember it going back to 2012, but I probably can't remember that far back.
It's in Ms. Fletcher's evidence at paragraph 3.9, just for reference. The 25 turbines were proposed in 2012. It went up to 40 in 2015, and the EIA scoping document was 37 in January of 2016. So just wondering when in that process you became involved.
Well, LUC was first commissioned to work on the project pre-scoping, and I was aware of the project from that point onwards.
So pre-scoping would have been prior to January 2016, presumably?
Yes, but I don't know exactly when we were commissioned, I'm afraid.
And was LUC involved when proposals for up to 40 wind turbines were put forward?
I don't know.
You don't know? No, it's only because you say in a number of places in your evidence, and paragraph 548 is one of them, that from the outset, the design objectives were to avoid the Highland boundary fault line. But actually, from the outset, in this project, would take one back to 2012. There were proposals put forward for turbines, both at EIA scoping stage and prior to that, which didn't involve the Highland boundary fault line. It didn't didn't avoid, the Highland boundary fault line. They would be apparent above it, and they were then taken back from it.
The very earliest of designs would have resulted in effects from the south, and the wind farm being seen in combination with the Highland boundary fault, which was highlighted as being problematic. And so
yes,
we strived to avoid that impact from then on.
Yes, so it must have been obvious to you pre-scoping, but you still put forward a scoping proposal which did show it impacting significantly on the Highland boundary fault line.
Again, I'm not entirely sure what the scoping layout was, but sometimes we're required to look at a scoping layout that doesn't necessarily reflect the layout that we're actively working on as a team. Just because of the sequence of events, essentially you have to freeze something to get the team to look at it, and design evolution is a continuum.
Well, it's a small point, but you give evidence as to the design approach throughout, suggesting throughout, from the outset, to use your words, great emphasis was placed on avoiding impacts on the HBF, but schemes were put forward, or proposals were put forward, which did have an impact. It was only during the course of that, the process of looking at scoping, look at the responses to scoping and the like, that those turbines were removed from the most sensitive parts of the southern slopes of the HBF.
A gradual process of learning which the sensitive locations were, and learning how to, testing and learning how to avoid those.
Well, as I say, my short and simple point is that those should have surely been obvious from the outset. They wouldn't have needed testing.
But I think everything needs to be tested, and we have the software so we can test it.
Then, in terms, I think then the next question is going to be, next point is a more obvious one. Given your involvement as the director overseeing the EIAR production, presumably you agree with all its judgments.
There are one or two places where I've clarified a change in judgment, and of course there are one or two errors, as there are in any impact assessment.
But it's not an EIAR that you're coming to subsequently and seeing whether you agree with it. You were involved with its production throughout.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
there are some cases where landscape witnesses pick up an EIAR that they then have to deal with, either within their own company or not, but if they weren't involved before.
I was involved, but I wasn't involved day to day.
Right.
Yeah. My colleagues were working more closely with the rest of the EIA team on it.
But just for example, presumably you agree with the judgments of significant impacts of some aspects of the wildland qualities?
Yes.
Again, just by way of introduction, Appendix C of your evidence is a methodology which replicates in large part, well, I was going to ask you actually, the paragraphs, if we turn to it, paragraphs I think C1 to C14 are new, and as I understand it, paragraphs C15 to the end replicate what's in Appendix 6.1 of the EIAR, but very helpfully you provided paragraph numbers for them so that you can navigate the document a little bit easier. But have I understood that correctly? Because it may assist the reporters too to know that whether from C15 onwards it simply replicates what's in the EIAR.
It replicates. There may have been a correction of a few spelling mistakes or shortening, but essentially it's similar.
So the new bits are C1 to C14?
Yes,
that's
which were
not
just
in the
clarifications on terms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only clarification, and it's not criticism, but again it's just trying to identify where this evidence goes, is one of the clarifications is at C4 and C5, and you're looking there you introduce the concepts of additional effects and combined effects. And then you, because combined effects are given a specific meaning later on in the document, and so just for your note, that's paragraph C 85, I think. You call those combined cumulative effects total effects.
Yeah.
So as to enable one to navigate both the original EIAR methodology and your clarification of it.
Yeah, and
So
the reason for doing that is essentially because the ES was produced such a long time ago. Some of that terminology that's been brought in more recent years wasn't in there.
Yeah. So if we just keep our eye on the word total effects at the moment, as I understand it, the EIAR does not provide any assessment of total effects in the way that you've described them in C5.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Grateful. It does provide an assessment of combined effects, but in the limited sense that is defined in paragraph, I think it's C85, amongst other places.
Mm-hmm.
The EIAR doesn't provide an assessment of total effects. Where in your report do you provide an assessment of total effects?
Essentially, I consider total effects in terms of the pattern, so the pattern of wind farms across the landscape character type within which it falls.
So is there any paragraph, and by all means come back after lunch, or paragraphs where you provide an assessment of total effects in your report? Because we're looking here at the difference between the difference between the parties on cumulative impacts. Mm-hmm. And Mr. Steele, at his 6.1.4, I think, finds cumulative impacts, but I think his combined effects equates to your total effects for these purposes. And I was looking to see where in your report you dealt with total effects, if anywhere, because on a word search it doesn't seem to appear.
Yeah, I mean, essentially it's dealt with in terms of the pattern of development across the landscape character area. So I don't make assessment of total effects, i.e. the effects of everything added together.
So can we agree this, that insofar as it is contained, it's done implicitly rather than explicitly?
Yes.
But so that
well, the relevant part is where I talk about the pattern of effects, but I would have to turn my pages to be able to find the paragraph reference.
Well, as I say,
pattern,
come back
sorry,
after.
found it. It's on page 36.
Page 36 now. I'll ask you the Mr. Chinnick question. Is that electronic page 36 or actual page 36?
It's my actual, I'm afraid.
Righty. Well, if it's pattern of development from 413 to 418, I'd suggest to you that there's actually nothing there that deals with the cumulative impact in terms of combined or total impacts on viewpoints 3 and 5.
Essentially, though, because Mid-Hill and Group, leaving aside Fetteresso, already exists, all of the impacts which consider those as part of the baseline do also consider Mid-Hill. Well, because it's part of the baseline, therefore it's considered already as part of the judgment that's made.
Possibly, but you've
gone... beyond that, the other wind farms, either proposed or existing, are very much further away. So the key interactions, as we've agreed in the Statement of Agreed Matters, is between Glendye and the existing Mid-Hill Phase 1 and Phase 2 grouping. But so they're assessed as part of that. They're part of the baseline.
Well, what I suggest to you on this, Ms. Oxley, is that you've gone to the trouble of providing an express definition of total effects, because presumably you thought the original EIAR was deficient in that regard, in clarity in that regard, but you haven't then gone on to provide an assessment of them, an express assessment of them.
I suppose I can clarify that all effects that are considered when you're working with a baseline, including mid-hill, are essentially total. You know, they're looking at Glendye against the baseline that includes mid-hill. But if that word doesn't feature anywhere else, I'm happy for you just to cross that paragraph out. It's language that we've started to use more recently and perhaps wasn't used in 2016 when this rather dated environmental statement was produced.
Right, well, grateful for that. And insofar as then we can have this agreement, insofar as Mr. Steele is referring to combined effects, you're happy for, you understand what he's referring to, and that's a perfectly appropriate knowledge of cumulative impact.
I find that Mr. Steele makes a judgment of the effect of Glendye, and he treats mid-hill as if it's not already part of the baseline, and then he makes a separate effect of the cumulative effect, including mid-hill. So I find, and cumulative assessments are all done slightly differently by different people, and it's a very complex area of practice, but I find that the way that Mr. Steele does it could effectively lead to double counting, because he's counting the effect of mid-hill as if it isn't there, but it is there. It's part of the baseline.
Well, we'll see. I'm not going to answer for Mr. Steele now if Mr. Chinick feels it's necessary to challenge him on that. We'll do it. I was hoping to try and narrow the issues down, but apparently we can't. Can I move on to another document that LUC produced, and that is CD 921. And that was the Aberdeenshire Local Landscape Designation Review. Now, were you part of any part of this exercise?
No, it wasn't.
None at all?
None at all, no.
So if we just have a look at so we don't have to come back to it again. 2.2, which is electronic page 13 of 113. The project is described.
Hang on a moment, please. I've only got up to page, 33, 36.
CD 921. I think we'll need to go up to page.
There are three. I think there are several volumes. Oh, no, this is the one there's only one volume of, isn't it?
Let's just check you've got. Tell us when you've got to the right document. You are on. Your
CD
glamorous assistant
9.21,
tells me you are on the right document.
Yeah. Okay.
So if we do you have paragraph 2.2 in that document? It should be electronic page 13.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said more than that.
It's just an introduction, just laying the groundwork for.
2.2, yes. Yes, page 6 I have.
So there are a number of purposes for special landscape areas identified in SPP, and this identifies that for the purposes of this project, it's the first of three purposes, that of safeguarding and enhancing the character and quality of landscape, which is important, particularly valued locally or regionally. We just pause to note, in respect to your previous answer, there's a distinction there between locally and regionally, but move on from that. So that it was safeguarding and enhancing the character and quality of the landscape was the overarching objective, identifying landscapes that would do that. And this document sought to identify candidate SLAs in brief.
Is it? Yes.
And then go to the criteria used, paragraph 214, table 2.1, there one notes a number of obvious criteria, but the fourth at the bottom of that page is wildness, and the assessment was carried out on a desk-based assessment using S&H wildness data set. Now, I understand that's the same data set that you've included as is it Appendix E?
I think there have been some revisions to that data set, but yeah.
It would be basically the same data set.
Similar, yeah.
There are no criticisms of that data set in this document, are there? Or its use?
In this document?
Yeah.
No, I think that would probably be too much detail, wouldn't it? Because it was just one of a number of things that were looked at.
But you do go on in your evidence to criticise the data set that was relied upon here.
But I think we all know that that was essentially a GIS exercise. It's only as good as computer says. It's the starting point.
So
when you look at wildness, it's something you then follow up with field work. And so in this respect, I would be looking at the site and the immediate surrounding landscape. For this strategic study, it was looking at, I think the term is relative wildness, which is important across Aberdeenshire.
Absolutely, but well, we'll come back to the wild element in due course in your evidence, but we heard your answer about lack of criticism in this document.
Mm-hmm. Ultimately, the wildness maps calculate where you can and can't see things from, and it's a computer assessment, so it's a starting point.
I don't think there's any disagreement that it's their starting points. It's whether they are to be subject to the detail of criticism that you've done in your report, which is a point we'll come back to, if that's fair or not. If we go on to chapter 4 in this document, so electronic page, and to electronic page 29, and that will be page 12 of the document. We can see how it dealt with wildness and how it...
Hang on, please. Yeah, okay, got that.
And I think the area, just looking at the... Again, this is just to help coordination. If you look at figure 4.4, I think the site probably falls within area 32.
Yeah, it does.
Except part of the access track may not, but the turbines will sit within area 32.
Yeah. Again, I think it's important to recognise we're looking at relative wildness across Aberdeenshire.
Yes, and this is not a wildland area, but
no.
We're looking at relative wildness.
Yeah, it's essentially a settled farmland area, so these hills are relatively wild compared to other parts of Aberdeenshire on the simple grading of high, medium, low used in these figures.
Yeah. But there are other areas of upland character, but only areas, I think 29, 31 and 32 have the highest category. For instance, some of the others, e.g. 20, 21, are only classified as medium. And they're not lowland landscape, are they?
They're pretty small areas, and so if you were using the GIS search criteria, essentially how can you see any tracks or roads in this landscape, because they're small areas, you essentially would see, you'd see modern artefacts because they're small areas.
Well, they're small areas on this scale, but they're not small areas in practice. Anyway, the reporters have the point, and we'll debate that at length. If we then go on to electronic page 42,
I don't have electronic pages.
So, rightio, I'm going to give you, I need to get there first. So it's page 25, which gives you the analysis of the higher scoring, table 5.2 analysis of higher scoring landscape units. In this document, I'm going to give electronic pages first and then catch up and give you the actual page.
Thank you.
Let me just... if we go to the bottom of page 40, electronic page 43, internal page 26, you'll see area 32, the mount. And one can see that it in terms of consistency relationships, in the consistency box, which is the second box, it's an expansive moorland plateau that extends with smaller scale and more diverse foothills, more forested in the centre and east, with stronger wildland qualities in the west. That's a general description which I think is consistent with your evidence, but the forested areas are effectively those to the east of the B974, aren't they?
Yes, you can see the forest as you drive
and
up the B94 and look east.
And to make sense of that comment, the stronger wildland areas would be to the west of the B974.
I think the other thing we need to bear in mind is that the understanding of what wild land means has really changed. And, you know, essentially we are looking at a man-made grouse moor.
I think there are man-made grouse moors in the wildland areas that are significantly affected. The fact that there are grouse moors is not inconsistent with an area being an actual wildland area, is it?
No, but those areas are higher and have a more natural vegetation. The vegetation across this landscape is you know, very man-made. Yes, and also, let me finish just on that point, the number of track upgrades that have happened and new tracks that have happened in the last few years is quite phenomenal, you know, across that landscape. It's changed a lot.
Well, there's a level of disagreement between you and the parties, and those on this side of the room feel you're exaggerating the extent of tracks and man-made. But I want to come back to the point I was actually asking you about. The existence of managed grouse moors is not inconsistent with an area being an actual wildland area itself, is it? Can I have a direct answer to that question?
I would say it is, because when it's in association with the tracks and the infrastructure that goes with a grouse moor, it's not a landscape that feels wild. Well, and all the wildland areas that I've visited, and I've spent a lot of time in wildland areas, don't have the sort of characteristics. If you go up Mount Battock, there are, you know, 3 tracks in a row in places. It's quite phenomenal, the amount of track development and how intensive this landscape feels because of the shooting.
Right. Well, I think I disagree with that, but I've put the point to you. This is not talking about wildland areas, but stronger wildland qualities in the west. Looking at the mount, the moorland plateau to the west of the B974 is to a general extent, managed, or has been in the past, managed for grouse, has it not?
It has been managed for grouse, yeah.
So, do you disagree or agree with the assessment here that there are stronger wildland qualities in the west of the Mount?
They're stronger than they are in the east of the Mount, but they're not anything like as strong as they are when you get further west again, up into the Cairngorms and Lochnagar and the wildland areas. So there's a gradual transition. It's more of perhaps more of an empty landscape than a wild landscape, but looking at the land use, essentially it's a man-made land use, not a wild land use, not a natural land use.
I would suggest to you that your emphasis on that is something that is you've highlighted within your evidence and is exaggerated, and is inconsistent with the description, as we'll go on to see, by your own firm of the Mount.
I'd invite the reporters to walk up Mount Battock from Glendye and experience that themselves. I was quite shocked, really, by how much influence that shooting landscape has. You know, audibly, in terms of all the features that you can see.
And so if we go on to, it's electronic page 52, I think. So, and it's internal page 35. We should have the beginning of search area G at paragraph 644. Do you have that?
I do, yeah.
So 644 is just telling us that it's looking at the search area that encompasses the Manth and the Howe of Mearns to the south, and we know that subsequently that was divided into two SLAs. The 646, the western parts of the Manth were recognised during the evaluation stage as having strong wildness qualities and recognisable features such as Clacton Bend. Do you agree with that or not?
Again, it's a relative judgment at a strategic scale with Aberdeenshire.
Do you agree with the relative judgment?
Well, I'm not looking at the whole of the Manth. I'm looking at my immediate study area of Glendye Windfarm. So
Which falls within the western part, does it not, Ms. Oxley?
I haven't made that judgment for the whole of Aberdeenshire. Again, this is a strategic study carried out in quite a different way.
No.
Mainly by looking at the uplands from roads in the lowlands, because the surveyors wouldn't have been up onto those uplands.
Well, you can't say that in respect of this exercise, but I'll just put it to you again, note whether you don't answer. The western parts of the Mount were recognised during the evaluation stage as having strong wildness qualities and recognisable features such as Clacton Bend. First of all, do you accept that your site falls into the western part of the Mount, as
Yes.
described here? Thank you. Do you accept that it has strong wildness qualities?
No,
No.
not relative to the rest of the study area. And remember, I'm looking at a different study area than this study looked at.
The second sentence you probably do agree with. The designation of the western part of the Mount would recognise the scenic qualities created by the strong rolling relief and distinctive hill profiles.
Yes, I reckon it's an SLA, so it has scenic qualities.
The designation would also recognise the relative lack of habitation and high wildness qualities. Would you agree with that or not?
If I'd wound the clock back to 2016 and understood the term wildness as I did then, maybe I would, but I understand the term wildness quite differently now.
Well,
It's a man-made land use. It's quite denuded by the shooting activities.
So
It could be much, with a more natural vegetation, it could be much wilder.
what policy change has occurred or otherwise an approach to what understanding wildness has occurred between 2016 and now?
It's not a policy change, it's just an understanding.
So your personal understanding?
No, I would say it's fairly widespread understanding.
Because wildland areas and their approach to wildland, there's been a change in the assessment of impacts on wildland areas since 2016, as I recall. But the assessment of and approach to wildland areas and wildland qualities, I would suggest you hasn't changed in terms of approach since this report was written.
Well, is a denuded grouse more wild in the same way as an intact area of moorland that hasn't been heavily managed for grouse? And so I would say, relatively speaking, it's less wild. It's very managed.
Wait, that's the point you keep coming back to. But is it any more managed now than it was in 2016?
There's been a lot of new tracks. They've been rebulldozed.
So the tracks have been, you say, have been regraded, I think. They haven't been extended in width, have they?
I don't know, but they're very fresh.
We know that you first became involved in the site in 2016. Are there any new tracks since you became involved, as opposed to regraded tracks?
In 2016, the tracks that I visited first were there. But what I didn't do in 2016 was visit the wider landscape. I didn't walk up Mount Batter, for example. from the western side, and I think those tracks, I don't know if they're new, but where there are 2 or 3 together, I'm assuming that 1 or 2 of them are new. A lot of it looks very new.
Do you know they're new? Or is it just an assumption?
I think it's pretty evident if you go and look at them. There's a lot of fresh activity.
As new as opposed to being regraded?
Well, the fact that there are 2 or sometimes 3 together would suggest that perhaps the older one has been abandoned. But I think it's best for the reporters to make their own judgment. I don't know when they were built or when they were regraded. There are bulldozers around.
Go on to 647. It was therefore decided to take this area, that's on the next page, this area forward as a candidate SLA under the name of Clackner Ben and Forester Burst. The boundary was drawn to include the most rugged and least influenced parts of the mount. Well, the site falls clearly within what this document is describing as the most rugged and least human influenced parts of the mount, doesn't it?
Yeah, my answer is the same though, it's relative.
And then 648, east, the second sentence, east of the B974, the mount is noted to be lower in elevation and with extensive commercial forestry. That's the same as it is now, is it not?
I wouldn't say it's lower in elevation, because Curlock, for example, is pretty high, but there is extensive commercial forestry, that's correct.
But when you've carried out your landscape assessment in general terms, you've looked at the site, and as has the EIAR, and you've looked at the character area, or whatever it may be, changed in 2019, we'll come on to, as a whole. You haven't distinguished between parts of the mount, have you, in your assessment?
Well, the mount was the character unit that we were assessing. So it's looked at as a whole, but then we look at the effect essentially locally, and then...
You haven't distinguished between the east and western parts of the mount in the basis that this document has. I mean, I'm not suggesting you're looking at it as to whether it should be an SLA, but you haven't distinguished between those in your assessment, nor has the EIAR, has it?
No, and there would be no requirement to do so, because we're required to look at the LCA, and that's what the scoping study the scoping opinion directed us to look at the effects on the mount. It didn't say look at the east and the west part of the mount.
But isn't that the LCA, isn't that just the starting point? And you should be looking to see whether the LCA in question could be considered as having different aspects. And indeed the EIAR does that for the mount, because it distinguishes between the Highland boundary fault southern slope and the remainder of the mount, doesn't it? It gives one a high sensitivity and the remainder of it a medium sensitivity.
I probably need to turn up my figure D2, because it has all these areas.
Well, the question I'm asking you is whether the EIAR in fact distinguished the sensitivity differently between different parts of the mount. And do you accept it did?
It looked at the site and it looked at the mount. And it also looked at the SLA to subdivide the mount further. Essentially, every time you look at the same area of landscape, you're duplicating what you're saying. So I think there is sufficient information within the EIAR to understand the effects both locally and at an LCA scale.
It's not the question I asked you at all, Ms Oxley. You said a few moments ago that you simply were required to look at the LCA as a whole, the mount.
But also the site.
And the site. But I've suggested to you, when looking, and there is no need to subdivide that, the EIAR in fact does subdivide the LCA when looking at its sensitivity, and it subdivides it into two parts, the Highland boundary fault line part and the remainder. Do you accept that it does that, or do we need to go to the EIAR to see where it does that?
But the reason it does that is because the strategic landscape capacity study draws attention to the sensitivity of the south-facing slopes.
Okay.
So in reviewing the baseline material, we would have been drawn to the sensitivity of the south-facing slopes.
Can the reporters then note that you, the EIAR, and by therefore, from your earlier answers, you accept that in assessing the sensitivity of a landscape character area, it can be appropriate to assess different parts of it with different sensitivities?
It can be, but the usual approach is to look at the sensitivity of the site in its immediate
and one of the main differences...
and
sorry,
then,
apologies, I didn't mean to cut you off.
And then the sensitivity of the unit. It would be unusual to start to subdivide the unit, because you're replicating and saying the same thing several times over.
I don't understand that, Ms Oxley, but I'm suggesting I don't accept that it would be unusual to do so, because you would start looking at the unit as your starting point, and if you were able to ascertain, as both Mr Steele and Ms Fletcher have, that the western part of the mount has a higher sensitivity than the eastern part, that would be appropriate to inform your analysis, would it not?
That's where I'm confused, because Ms Fletcher refers always to the eastern mount, not the western mount.
I think you're playing with language there, Ms Oxley.
My focus has always been on the area that would be affected and the site, rather than the forested area around Fetteresso and further east, because indeed we wouldn't affect that. So it wouldn't be necessary to spend too much time thinking about that area, when essentially the area we're affecting isn't that area.
Ms Oxley, your trite answer with respect needs to be challenged. Ms Fletcher is looking at when she's describing the eastern mount, she's distinguishing that because the mount, as a geological expression, can extend far to the west. She's trying to identify the eastern mount as being included within within the area that she's focusing. The mount landscape character area simply applies to Aberdeenshire. The mount you would accept is not limited to Aberdeenshire in its broader context, is it?
No, but that's where I was also confused, because I looked at the landscapes of Scotland to see if Ms Fletcher's description of the eastern mount would be accurate in terms of area 32, so my Appendix D figure D3. And the area that Ms Fletcher defines, which includes both areas, parts of the Angus Glens, the green and the purple, isn't the east part of area 32 either. So I suppose what I'm saying is, by defining areas beyond those which are already part of the NatureScot character assessment or other documents, it can start to become rather confusing. So it is best to stick with units that are already established, mapped and understood by everybody.
Well, indeed, and that's what you've done so rigidly, Ms Oxley, that you haven't looked at the individual characteristics within the unit, nor have you looked at the combination of characteristics where they spread across units, where they're only divided by administrative boundaries.
No, that's not true. I focus strongly on the effects on the site. There's a separate section talking about effects on the site. Effects on Area 22 are recorded in the EIAR separately from the effects on TAE3, and I'm going to take you again to this figure, inquiry map D2, because it has the outlines of both the current NatureScot areas and the old SNH areas and types and all the different names, and I think it would be helpful for everybody to just have this map to hand. But by talking about effects on, referring to this map, TAE3 separately from effects on Area 22. It's not to say the effects are any different. They're both accounted for. It's just at the time they had different names. They were called different things. Now they're all called Summits and Plateau, although they are still split into Summits and Plateau Tayside and Summits and Plateau Aberdeenshire.
All very interesting, Ms Oxley, but nothing to do with my question. I'm going to move on.
I think what you're saying is I didn't take account of the effects as they extended into Tay 3, but that isn't true because they were...
I didn't suggest that, Ms Oxley.
Okay, because they were recorded separately in the environmental statement.
What I suggested to you, Ms Oxley, was that you struck rigidly to assessment character area by character area, not a combination thereof, nor breaking down the individual parts of character areas. And I think your answer has just demonstrated that that is indeed what you've done.
The scoping opinion, which I think Ms Fletcher wrote, directed us to look at impacts on the Mount, not the Eastern Mount, because that term didn't appear until much later.
Well, but I think you accept that the factors that you describe as reducing the sensitivity of the Mount appear in the eastern part, primarily the forestry, wind farms. That's what you describe in your report as reducing the sensitivity of the Mount so that it's only medium. Those factors don't appear in the western part of the Mount where the site sits. But you still give, it's the same between you, Ms Fletcher and Mr Steele, they see a division or a difference between the, in broad terms, so there's no difference in the line on the map, between what lies to the east and west of the B974.
Can I just take you to aspects?
Sorry?
Table 5.1 on page 41 of my IR. Sorry, 5.1, page 41 of my IR. And indeed, starts on page 39.
Mm-hmm.
So in the right-hand column of that table, I consider aspects and features influencing susceptibility, and I say comments for the Glendye site. So if I haven't considered the western part of the month, or if you're saying I haven't considered the western part of the month, I disagree. I have considered it. I've considered it as part of the site and its immediate surroundings.
Well, we'll come back to table 5.1 in due course, but I don't accept you. I accept you've looked at the Glendye site itself, and we know what that is because there's a red line around it, and we see that that was done in the EIAR. But as I say, we'll come back to table 5.1. But I suggest to you that in your and the EIAR's consideration of landscape sensitivity, you've used features in the eastern part to diminish the sensitivity you ascribe to the western part.
Well, I don't agree with that. I've also looked at it in the context of the SLA, and we know the SLA doesn't extend to the east of the road. So it again looks at the western part of the area of the site.
Absolutely, and that's one of the factors, the SLA, that combined, which acts on value, which combines susceptibility, which drives overall sensitivity scoring. That's the approach, isn't it?
No. So paragraph 518, I quote from the environmental statement: the characteristics of the site are judged to combine to result in medium susceptibility, taking account of the wider, large-scale and simple land cover of the Mount. That's not describing the eastern Mount, is it? Considering the locally designated of the character of the site, again, that's not describing the we mustn't call it the eastern mount because that gets confusing, but the area of Fetteresso Forest.
Well,
considering the locally designated nature of the site and the present condition of the site and surrounding landscape, overall the landscape value is judged to be medium, taking account of judgments of susceptibility and value overall sensitivity is judged to be medium. I think that's a very, it's a fair assessment of the locality, and I'm focusing my judgment of sensitivity on the area that would be affected.
You've directed us to 518. If you go to the EIAR, which is in CD 1.3, I'm looking at, for Chapter 6, I put it in a hard copy in Table 611.
Sorry, which page were you referring me to?
So it asked you the fact that you've
Can I just
formed two parts.
complete the evidence, though? If you turn back to combine to result in a medium susceptibility, taking account of, and so on. So I haven't cut it in half again, as Ms. Fletcher does, but I think there is plenty of evidence to understand what the effects on landscape character are in that context.
Ms. Oxley, your cross-examination is going to take an awfully lot longer if you persist in giving answers, lengthy answers to questions I haven't asked you. Now, you do indeed consider sensitivity of the site, and we know what the site is in Table 6.9. I'm asking you about sensitivity in Table 6.11 of the LCA host area, and you've accepted that first point was that you and the authors of this document split the LCA into two parts. Now, you say that was because of the underlying landscape capacity study, as I understand it. Overall medium assessment. It includes the presence of forestry and wind farms that don't exist in the western part of LCA, of the LCA that you're describing either in your report on this document. Do they?
I considered the sensitivity of the western part of the month west of the road in a variety of different ways, and I consider it to be medium. In fact, I think I agree with some of the other witnesses on that as well.
Larger forest plantations east of the B974. Do you accept that assessment of how the boundaries were drawn?
I did.
Effects as found in the EIAR. And in the both the second and fourth columns, in a number of occasions.
This bit.
So the immediate locality is that up to between 3 and 5, or perhaps even between 2 and 5 kilometres. Moderate significant landscape effect for the site and its immediate locality. So the words immediate locality, do I understand that correctly, but as an exception, to use your language, 5 kilometres?
Yes.
Thank you.
Essentially, what I would say, what I'm trying to articulate is if there's a way of looking at tests in SPP for SLAs, that language comes from the policy test for national scenic areas.
Right, so you've applied a national scenic area test, but that hasn't, you haven't applied...
Yeah, in the absence of anything else. But I'm happy, having had further discussion on that, I'm happy that what I should have been testing against is the relevant policy within Aberdeenshire.
Thank you.
And I use that language within my conclusions.
Well, is that you include you include a summary for some reason haven't included in
other than that I deal with within a short table.
if we then
said earlier, there is issues with bookings in the evening, so we are constrained by what time we need to finish. So we're going to be quite prompt in starting here. So I'm going to go straight back to yourself, sir.
So just a question: can we leave the documents behind here somewhere rather than load them into the cars?
We'll have a quick chat with the manager of the facility, and we believe that there may be opportunity to do that. But we'll just confirm that before we finish.
Sure.
So I've already asked for those inquiries to be undertaken, and when the janitor comes back, deal with it. But Mr. McIntosh is head of the game on that one. Ms. Oxley, good afternoon. We were starting to look at section 3 of your report, and which is the design of the development chapter. And I had earlier, before lunch, referred to matters that occurred pre-scoping. And I think the easiest way to deal with it is to ask you to turn to Ms. Fletcher's report, which is 16.1, at paragraph 3.2 to 311. And she's here dealing with Nature Scott's consideration of the proposal. I'm not interested in the particular views and whether or not you agree with them that Nature Scott advanced. I'm just asking you whether you, obviously from the investigations that you've made or otherwise, are satisfied that what she's saying happened at whatever time she said it happened is factually accurate? Or at least are you, if you can't confirm that positively, would you accept that you don't have any evidence to the contrary?
I have no evidence to the contrary. I don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
I can't take my mind back to 2011.
No, but there are others in your team who would have been able to do so, and you're the only witness giving evidence, but you haven't been advised that anything she said here is inaccurate.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, no, you can say you have. You haven't been advised that anything is inaccurate.
No.
Thank you. Um, 319 of this section, you say a key feature of the Clackamas-Burn Forest and Burr Special SLA is the granite outcrop, which I think you can all probably agree. A key consideration of the design process was the potential interaction between the proposed development and Clackamas-Burn. Where actually in Chapter 3 of the EIAR is that set out? Because it doesn't seem to be Clackamas-Burn doesn't seem to be identified as a key consideration in any part of Chapter 3. You said, and you copied in your report the specific design objectives at 331 and other considerations, but in Chapter 3, which deals with design, can't see recognition of Clacton Ben as being a key consideration.
I don't know if it's specifically mentioned in Chapter 3. It wasn't a chapter I authored. So.
Well, this is your chapter dealing with design, and if it had been a key design consideration, surely it would be fair to expect it to be dealt with in Chapter 3. The impact on Clacton Ben is obviously considered in Chapter 6, but the point you're making here is not about impact, but that it was a key consideration of the design process. I may be being unfair to you, or it may be implicit, but this chapter, for instance, above 332, has key design considerations.
Yeah, these are obviously all environmental and technical considerations rather than the detailed landscape and visual considerations. And as I say, I wasn't an author of this chapter. I don't know whether it mentions Clacton Ben without doing a word search on it.
But you've quoted from it extensively in your own Chapter 3. You set out, for instance, the specific site-specific design objectives, which clearly include landscape and visual matters, and the design strategy.
I found reference to Clacton Ben, again, without doing an electronic word search, in 3.52, modification of the turbine layout to improve the general composition of the turbine layout in views from east and northeast, including from Mount Bat at Kenner Mount and Clacton Ben.
Yeah, that doesn't... suggesting that Clacton Ben is not mentioned in Chapter 3, but where is it a key consideration in the design process? It just appears to... It might be you're applying ex post facto judgment to it.
I've always been aware of Clacton Ben as a feature, and it is noted in that paragraph I just read out to you. But these chapters summarise all environmental considerations, so they don't necessarily pull out full detail or lengthy detail.
Well, it's also mentioned, just so that there's, in Table 3.1, I think in the right-hand column, mitigation by design, the second bullet point. But if it's a mere detail, Miss Oxley, it's not a key consideration in the design process.
At the level at which these kind of general EIA chapters are set out, you wouldn't expect to find huge detail on landscape and visual features. But I can assure you that I've always been aware that Clacton Ben was an important consideration.
Well, I hear what you say in answer to that, but I maintain my point. If we move on to the second key feature that you identify, 321, a key feature in the design of the wind farm was the opportunity for turbines to be seen above what is known locally as the made of straw and hill profile.
Sorry, are we in my Are we
your
in chapter 3 or in my...
Sorry,
my
your chapter
IR?
321,
Okay, sorry.
but still referring with reference to chapter 3 of the... I don't think the made of straw and hill profile, and I may be wrong, is either recognised in chapter 3 or chapter 6.
No, our understanding of the made of straw and hill profile has come more recently through representations made by Clan Strachan.
Well, if that's the case, how can it be a key consideration in the design of the wind farm?
Well, it's very obviously a key feature in that area, isn't it? So, it's been considered all the way through.
Well, if it was a key consideration of the design of the wind farm, is it not odd that it doesn't appear to be mentioned in the EIAR?
Well, it is mentioned in the EIAR. I just took you to paragraph 3.31.
3.21. 3.1 says this is the made of straw and hill profile.
No, that isn't. But that's, I mean...
That's what I was asking you about. The made of straw and hill profile you've identified in your 321, so your report, para 321, it's a key consideration in the design process. Now,
essentially, that's Clacknaben forming the part of that profile, the key parts of that profile.
So, in fact, 321 is just repeating what's in 319.
Yeah, but it recognises, it responds to representations that we've had from Clanstracan subsequently about the hill profile, and particularly their concerns over impacts at Fooside, which is their headquarters. And so...
I understand that... Sorry, Ms. Oxford, I didn't cut you off. I understand Clacknaben forms part of that feature, but if it was a key consideration of the design process, would one not expect to see some reference to it in either Chapter 3 or Chapter 6 of the EIAR?
Well, not necessarily in name, given that Clacknaben already features. It's part of the same thing. But
sure.
In any event, there is no view of Windfarm in combination with that distinctive profile as seen from Fooside.
Again, not an answer to the question, but I hear what you say. But I meant to, in 319, I omitted to put you at the top of that page we're looking at. That's your page 24 of the hard document. It's just to point out one of the main differences between you and Mr. Steele and Ms. Fletcher is whether, it's the last sentence of para 319, whether the proposed development would compete with or diminish the prominence of Clacknaben when seen by people travelling through the landscape. You form completely different views on that, and that's a matter upon which the reporters can form their judgment.
Yeah, it's my opinion that it doesn't, because the site sits within this landscape bowl, relatively low compared to Clacknaben, and so Clacknaben retains its prominent position in the landscape.
I understand that's your position, but that is a key difference between the two sites, is it not? Which is the question I put to you.
Yes.
Thank you. If we go on in this document to the heading of ancillary infrastructure, so that's your report, and at 330 you deal with tracks on site. Now, could you have to hand your figure F4? Now, except this is dated 2014, I think. So there are actually very limited tracks on site, aren't there? Your F4 has the site marked in on the...
Yes, I know it does. Yeah. I'm just checking whether all of the tracks that are shown on this, in these purple lines, are shown on the Ordnance Survey map, which has a slightly more comprehensive mapping of tracks.
Yes, I think that shows the one track that's not on the boundaries is alongside the, is it Walker of Char? Which is shown on Appendix F, Figure 4.
There are also tracks along the southern boundary between Sturdy Hill and Cairn Mount. You can see them all quite clearly on the Ordnance Survey map for 1 to 25 thou. I'm afraid I don't know the CD number for that. I'm sure everyone's got a copy of the 25 thou because it's such an important map.
But my point is there are very limited number of tracks running across or about the site at the moment compared to what is proposed. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct. Within the site itself, there are fewer tracks, but there are a very large number of tracks within Glendye.
Yeah, well,
particularly.
I'm asking you about the site at the moment.
Yeah.
And the other point you make about in this is that I think Mr. Steele has referred to it, how some of the tracks can appear pink, and that's because I think you get pink from the if crushed granite is used to form the hard surface of the track.
Yeah, you can see that, for example, the track between Clacknaben and Mount Battock in places appears pink because of the crushed granite.
In fact, most of the tracks and most of the photographs that we have appear tinted pink, don't they?
Well, certainly palish, yes.
But none of the tracks in the photo montages do.
They're shown in grey.
They're showing grey, not tinted pink. And if they were tinted pink, they would be more obvious, wouldn't they?
No, because they're already shown in a pale colour. The truth of the matter is that it will obviously vary across the site with the underlying geology, but I don't think they would be any more visible if they were pink than if they were a pale or a darker grey.
Well,
will obviously change as they become mossed and vegetated as well, and change with the weather conditions, whether the material's wet or dry, and the background as well. You know, if the heather's out and also pink.
Heather's out, it might be thought to be purple, but one of the points about tracks and the extent to which they are apparent or not is the extent of usage of them.
Yes, that's true. Certainly the wheel runs tend to stay bare, whereas the middle and the outer parts will grass over.
Have you been to Mid Hill Windfarm and been up the tracks there?
I haven't been right up to Mid Hill, no.
That's been in operation for quite some time, hasn't it? I mean, there were Mid Hill 1 and Mid Hill 2.
Yeah, I think about 2014.
Yeah. If the reporters, for instance, want to go there, they'd see the state of tracks after a considerable period of time in respect of a wind farm where there is continuous traffic.
Yeah, I mean, the tracks up there also used for forestry activities, aren't they? So there's quite a lot of activity on those tracks. I believe there are about 12 vehicles a week, something like that, may visit this site.
And I'll come back to tracks in well, no, what question? You say the materials will be won locally will reduce the perceptibility in views from quite a landscape. But if the materials being won locally are crushed granite pink, they're not going to reduce visibility.
Well, again, it depends on what the rock is underneath it.
Do you know what it is for? I think it's 3 that we're primarily now concerned with.
That's probably beyond my field of expertise, but
from a landscape perspective, do you know what it's?
Appendix 4.1 may address rock type.
Without turning to yourself, I'll come to Appendix 4.1 in a moment with borrow pits. But have you carried out any assessment of the likely 2 points? Do you accept that if the materials used are won locally and those locally won materials are pink crushed granite, that won't reduce perceptibility?
Well, it's quite variable. It's not all pink. Some of it's grey, some of it's darker. I've walked many miles of the tracks around the area, and I've taken so many photographs of them. They're quite variable. You know, if there's finer material, it tends to be a bit darker and dustier. in some places it is the pinker, bigger crystals of granite. It is variable, and that's why it obviously helps to have borough pits in various different places, because then you can
Ms.
use
Oxley, I didn't
material
ask you whether
locally.
there was variable colour over the site. I asked you whether if the materials used were actually pink crushed granite, they would not, as you suggest here, reduce perceptibility.
Well, it's not so much the surface material, it's the fact that with time vegetation tends to extend across the edges and the centre line of tracks, and they weather and they blend in better to the landscape.
Well, that's a different point than you're making here, Ms.
A lot
Oxley.
of the impact of tracks is around the way that the verges and the side slopes are integrated into the adjacent landscape because of the shadow line that you get.
Ms. Oxley, you can ignore the point of the question if you want, but the point in the sentence I'm asking you about refers to use of materials. The next sentence goes on to deal with weathering and margins and restated revegetation. I'm asking you about your assertion that materials will reduce perceptibility, and it won't necessarily do so, will it?
Well, it will if the rock type that's used matches the underlying rock type.
Why will that reduce perceptibility? Because the underlying rock type will be covered by vegetation, whereas the tracks won't be. And if that track is, for example, pink crushed granite, it will stand out more.
Because the vegetation it establishes will be appropriate. I'll hark back to a thesis I wrote many years ago about the use of limestone across as path aggregate across essentially acid moorland, and the way that highlighted the appearance of the tracks, because it made the grass very bright green because the underlying geology wasn't right. So I do know that from experience. Use the right rock type, and it will help the vegetation be the right vegetation.
Well, put the point to you. Move on to borough pits at 331. Could we look to Appendix 4, which I think will be CD 1.4, and it's Appendix 4.1. And 4.1 is the borough pit assessment. And just to pick up a comment on, well, in Section 4 there's an engineering geology walkover survey, and it deals with borough pit by borough pit. Do you have that?
Yes.
And borough pit 2, the comment at the end is that it's a preferred location, source of aggregate, to construct the eastern array of the infrastructure. So if borough pit 2, that's the one that's apparently now dealt with by condition, is not going to occur, the eastern array is presumably going to be constructed using aggregate from borough pits that aren't in that location.
I would assume it would come from borough pit 3, which is within a kilometre of most of that section of track anyway.
And then just to get some idea of the size of these borough pits, if we go to page 9, section 6, the quantity of material to be removed is dealt with borough pit by borough pit. And we can see that borough pits 1 and 3, which are the ones we're primarily concerned with, are the most significant sized borough pits. And that gives some indication of the size of amount of material to be taken out.
Yes.
Grateful. And then if we go on to the figures, the borough pit overview is shown in figure 4.1.1.
Yes.
And then in 4.1.2, there's the indicative borough pit design for borough pit 1. And one sees the extent indicative peak restoration level is 1 metre at the bottom of the borough pit. And what's the scale of the borrow pit in terms of height of dig into the hill? The total scale for borrow pit 1.
Well, the drawings say they're indicative and that they're not to scale, so probably oughtn't to try and...
Do you have an idea of how... it looks as though the bottom step is 7.5 metres. And the next step above that is at least the same, if not greater. And likewise the step above that. So you're looking at a face of over 20 metres, aren't you?
They're indicative drawings and they're not to scale, so I would be wary about taking that sort of information from them. And in any event, the
I'm not scaling from the drawing, Miss Oxley. I'm reading what the drawing is telling us.
Yep.
But it's in that order, isn't it? It's an order of over 20 metres high rock face. And in terms of any borrow pits currently on the site or in the wider Glendye area, that is a step change in scale, is it not?
Other than the existing borrow pit at borrow pit 4, yes.
Grateful. Step change in scale. I'm grateful for that. And then if we look at borrow pit 3,
I mean, again, these are very indicative because health and safety alone wouldn't permit leaving of a face like that. So that's why the landscaping of borrow pits and their restoration is covered by detailed condition.
But presumably what we can tell is that they need a certain quantity of material, which, again, indicative at this stage, which we've looked at. And that borrow pit has got 4 steps at 7 metres, so it's nearly a 30-metre high face. In order to restore that in the way that you're suggesting, you're going to either have to extend the borrow pit to get the same quantity of material out, or you're going to leave that face visible, aren't you?
Yeah, but I don't think you can take anything really from these indicative engineering cross-sections. They're not showing how landscaping will work, and the volumes won't have been calculated. Well, that level of detail isn't something that's designed as part of a Windfarm application. It's subject to condition.
It's not only 30 metres high. It's the indicative. It's going to be 30 metres high by 227 metres in depth, and a significant width too. As I understood your evidence earlier, it would be shielded. Views into that borrow pit from, say, Clacton Ben would be shielded by one of the ground forms in front of it, whose name I
Rough
forget.
Bank.
Yeah, but
which is higher. It's 462 metres, whereas the borrow pit sits on lower ground behind it.
Rough Bank.
Yeah.
But insofar as anyone is climbing the hill Melancourt, which is roughly northeast, or walking along the estate track under Water of Char, or climbing Hillock, the borrow pit's going to be very evident, is it not? Or in and around Cock Hill.
It would be evident once you walked up to the top of Water of Char, but you would be walking into an active wind farm site at that point. So,
but not if it would be if you walked up Water of Char, but not if you were climbing Melancourt.
Well,
Melancart, sorry, not Melancourt.
Melon something is only just to the east of Clacton Ben, and I think Rough Bank. Well, I'm certain that Rough Bank would also screen that view.
Well, Mr. Still, I think, will differ on that, but leave that to reporters to deal with. In terms of the, you say all these are indicative only, and we shouldn't rely on any of the dimensions in Appendix 4.1. Isn't that the whole purpose of an EIAR, that you're meant to give you some idea of the borrow pits that you're meant to be assessing?
It gives some idea, but ultimately these are very indicative, and every reference to them is indicative, and these are things that have been drawn by engineers. There's been no environmental input or landscaping proposals added to these drawings. It's fairly unusual, I would say, to have this kind of level of engineering information within an environmental statement.
But it may be unusual, but if the borrow pits are going to have 30-metre high faces and or be over 200 metres in depth, it may be something that those interested in landscape and visual impact would be interested in.
As I say, the detailed design and restoration would be covered by the landscape condition.
Can I ask you to turn very briefly to viewpoint 1, which I think is in CD 1.5, figure 6.1G. I think it's, sorry, yes, I think it's 6.1G. Yes? I think it's 1.5. It should be viewpoint 1. So the turbine, I think, in the foreground is 6.1G, viewpoint 1, Sturdy Hill. Sorry, 6.11G. My apologies. I blame Mr. Steele. It's a typo in his report. Which hasn't been picked up in his errata that have been sent in.
I've got a G.
Yeah, you need to be in the original. I think for anything else, save for tracks, one needs to be in the original. Yeah, they were in the right one. Okay. We can go back and look at figure 4 or appendix 4.1 if we want, but we're looking from this viewpoint down at borrow pit 3, and we're looking towards the face of it. So the back of the borrow pit would be underneath the turbine. I think if you look at there is an area of ground. That's it. A sort of darker green area. Looks as though it's meant to portray the landscape borrow pit. Yeah. It might help if Mr. Steele pointed that out to Miss Oxley, because the shading is quite, and to yourself and to Mr. Trenick. And Mr. Trinick, final piece of the jigsaw. Now, first of all, does that look roughly in the right place for Borough Pit 3?
Yes.
But what you would be looking at from this viewpoint would be towards the back of Borough Pit 3, i.e. the over at the back indicative 30-metre face.
No, I think you'd be looking at the south side of it, the southern edge. You
Yeah,
wouldn't,
but
the
you
face
still-
would be on the left, the west side, because it would be on the upper side of Cockhill rather than on the side of Cockhill.
So, yeah, you'd be looking at, you'll be looking at one edge of it,
The south edge, yes.
yeah, which would start at whatever 30 metres in height and reduce to 1.
Well, because you'd be looking across the edge, you wouldn't really see into a cavity. But you'd see, you wouldn't really see the back of it, because you'd be looking along an edge.
From that particular viewpoint. But what that visualisation is showing us is that, frankly, you wouldn't determine anything there. And that's just not going to be realistic, is it?
It depends the level to which unsuitable material for construction can be used to backfill these borough pits. I would assume it would be an overestimate to say they can be completely refilled, but I would imagine that the engineering cross-sections would be somewhat of an underestimate given the amount of unsuitable material that would be moved from the crane pads and the areas of the turbine foundations. They're fairly extensive areas, so there will be quite a lot of material available for backfill.
We're looking at 1/3 cubic metres being extracted from that for the purposes of identifying it to assess visual impact. And I suggest to you that what is shown on 6.11G is simply unrealistic.
I agree that the extent of restoration needs to be better understood, and I strongly recommend that condition is followed through.
And one obviously accepts that conditions will be complied with, but to the extent that it's possible and realistic to do so. The extent to which it is possible and realistic to disguise a 30-metre face of a borough pit will be difficult, won't it?
It would, but in practice, I don't think there would ever be a 30-metre face, because that wouldn't be allowable from a health and safety perspective. It's more likely to be a graded slope.
In which case, you'd have to take even more of the underlying hillside away, wouldn't you?
Well, I think it entirely depends on how much suitable rock is found in these pits, and that's not something I am aware of.
Yeah, well, obviously it would do, but as with conditions, one expects them to be fulfilled. As with EIARs, one takes them at face value unless you're showing that they're inaccurate. If these engineering drawings wouldn't satisfy from a health and safety perspective, what one can tell is that, say, that if the same amount of material is to be removed, the extent of impact on the landscape would be even greater if you had to have a more shallow slope at the back of the quarry, so to speak.
Well, in my experience, sometimes it's better to take a greater area, because you can then reprofile better and tie back into the landscape better, even if it means a bigger area of disturbance initially. It's the same with things like road cuttings. You want to bench them back over and curve them back into the landscape rather than creating a hard engineered edge.
Well, dealt with what I want. section of your report. Can we then move on in your chapter 3 of your report? And you here to the section where you're dealing with consultation responses, and you include Mountaineering Scotland's at 346. And you'll see in the third sentence of the quotation, Mountaineering Scotland say, we do not agree that the wrong location can be mitigated by design. Leaving aside this particular, your views on whether this is the wrong location, but as a matter of principle, if it is the wrong location, however good the design is, won't mitigate it.
That's true.
Thank you.
But you know, we're in a landscape bowl here, and we've all seen that that means that the visual effects that result would be quite tight.
Yeah,
Mr. Steele himself's comments that the ZTV is very tight for a wind farm of this scale. Not that language quite, but...
So you say, but you know it's Mr. Steele and Ms. Fletcher's case that this is the wrong location. You don't think it is? That's a matter for the reporters to decide, but we've got your answer on the matter of principle. In the response to consultees on design matters begins at 351. And to some extent I've covered some of this already, but you look at location of turbines on the mount and existing patterns. And in the third sentence you say wind farms are characteristic of this landscape. That is of the eastern mount or the eastern landscape area. They're not characteristic of any part of the mount to the west of the B974, are they?
They are more characteristic to the east, that is true.
No, it's not more characteristic. There aren't any to the west of the B974, are there?
No, but we're talking about whether or not there's an association of wind farms with the moorland plateau, and there is.
Well, I've asked you the question and framed it very specifically in the way I did, Ms. Oxley, and we have your answer. That wind farms are not characteristic of the landscape to the east of the to the west of the B974.
No, indeed, if they were, we wouldn't be having this inquiry because there would already be a wind farm on the site.
There are many other potential locations, possible locations, I won't say potential. The area west of the B974 is rather larger than just this site. At the top of the next page, but within the same paragraph, having made reference to the existing wind farms being successfully accommodated within the landscape, you say that the area around Midhill is also characterised by the presence of extensive commercial forestry, which extends further east across the mount towards Meikle Carew wind farm and the Durris transmitter. We've already agreed that extensive commercial forestry doesn't exist to the west of the B974, but the fact that there was commercial forestry there would be a matter taken into account in acceptability or judgment on acceptability otherwise of the Midhill wind farms, would it not? That they're sited within it.
I don't think it would influence acceptability.
Yeah, thank you.
That's a broader point, but maybe
that's sufficient for my purposes. And then you go on to say the proposed development would be in the same landscape character type and area and would be located 9.7 kilometres further to the southeast.
Southwest.
Southwest, my apologies. But it wouldn't be within the same landscape character area in the sense that there are no wind farms and no commercial forestry.
Well, technically it is in the same landscape character area.
Technically, indeed.
And obviously NatureScot had the opportunity to review that when they reissued their new data set in 2019 and didn't choose to split it into two. So it is in the same landscape character area, it's just that landscape character area has different characteristics in different places.
Then we can agree to disagree about that. If we go on to 353, you're looking at scale of turbines, and you say here that the selection of candidate turbine, i.e. the 149.5 or whatever it is metre turbine, will not diminish the perceived scale of the landscape when viewed from the host landscape or adjacent landscapes. Can I just put two examples to you where it might be thought otherwise? First of all, can you look at viewpoint 4 in CD 1.5? I don't have a figure number for that. My glamorous assistant with his screen is getting it up as we talk. No, CD 1.5. Yep. Yep. Viewpoint 4. No, that's it. Now, if you go to 6.14E, E for echo. Do you not think it could at least be argued that the will diminish the scale of the and adjacent landscapes?
Well, I would say because the turbines are accommodated within the bowl and don't extend above the skylines, that actually, if we are going to have turbines in this landscape, that this scale of turbine is the appropriate one. If they were twice the size, then it would be, what one might say, it was escaping from the bowl and therefore may be described as diminishing the scale of the landscape.
Interesting answer, Ms. Oxley, because you said if you are going to have turbines in this landscape, then this is an appropriate scale. The question I'm asking you are, should we be having turbines in this landscape? And I come back to the point, isn't it reasonably arguable that turbines of this scale, even if, as you say, largely contained by the bowl, still, however, diminish the perceived scale of the host landscape and adjacent landscapes?
In this view, I don't see that. No, it's a very, very large-scale landscape. It has a big horizontal extent. And again, remember, we're only looking at 53.5 degrees of that 360-degree view here. I would say turbines of that scale can be accommodated in the landscape without diminishing the scale of the hills. And again, they're contained within that bowl. If they were bigger, I might say something different, but I think that they are appropriate in terms of their size here.
We can disagree about that. And the other viewpoint I was going to put to you was viewpoint 10, in the same viewpoint 10 should be in the same folder. And I'll just give you the it's 6.20E. If we're just looking at that a moment, just to orientate ourselves, the third turbine from the left is just to the right of Clacton Ben, isn't it?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
The third turbine to the left, or from the left, is just to the right of Clacton Ben.
From this view, yes, it is.
Yeah. And again, I'd put to you, wouldn't it at least be arguable, and not know your position, that the perceived scale of the landscape when viewed from this location, the proposal will diminish the perceived scale of the landscape from this location?
Again, when you view that on site in the 360 degree context, I don't feel that is diminishing the scale of the landscape. It feels like a big, a huge landscape, and the scale of the turbines can be accommodated within it. But the other point to note is that when you're up on the top of Hill of Wirral, you're in deep eroded peat cloughs, and actually there aren't that many opportunities to get a good view out, but you're kind of weaving your way through all these cloughs. It's terribly eroded.
Ms. Fletcher comment on that if she wishes to in due course, but as no doubt she will, because she's concerned about impact of landscape, not quite at Hill of Warren, but getting towards it. But we hear what you say about that, and that's a matter that no doubt the reporters can take a view on, just as to whether the Windfarm will diminish the importance of Clacton-y-Ben as a test of your judgment. If we move to Clacton-y-Ben now, which you deal with at 355, we note you reiterate so that's your report at 355, that views from this viewpoint were a key consideration of the design of the wind farm. And in point 1, you note that there's a maintenance of a reasonable distance from Clacton-y-Ben. Is there any basis on which you judge 4.7 to be reasonable? Or is that just a rule of...
Just my judgment. If it was 2 kilometres away, it would be less reasonable. 5 kilometres is quite a long way, bearing in mind that the further turbines are 7.5 kilometres away.
The item 5 was saying ensuring that no more than about 45 degrees the 360-degree view would be affected. One of the joys of getting to the top of Clacton-y-Ben is to have a 360 panoramic view, isn't it?
Yeah, but there are certain views that really draw your eye from the top of Clacton-y-Ben, and that view to the north up to Midler Tap is one of them, the other out to the sea, and the other across to Loch Nagar and the Cairngorms.
But it isn't the point that however many 2,650-metre high moving structures would now very effectively draw the eye when you're on the top of Clacton-y-Ben?
They would, and the turbines at Mid Hill also draw your eye. You see them for your entire climb and your entire descent.
But these are much closer, and whilst they only occupy 45 degrees of the view, their impact will be much more significant than just the percentage which 45 degrees is in respect of the 360-degree view that's available, because they're going to be the closest thing that's going to draw your eye and detract from the other views. Because, I mean, when you're looking towards the Cairngorms, for instance, when this will be maybe to your back or off to your left, or whether you're looking at the sea, you don't forget what else is in the view, do you?
You don't forget, but you take in the whole view, and whether you mind seeing turbines depends on your disposition towards them as well. I sat on the top of Clacton-y-Ben for a long time and listened to various conversations that were going on, and I didn't hear anyone talking in a negative way about the views of Mid Hill Windfarm, which you see all the way up Clacton-y-Ben and all the way back down again, whereas Glendye you would just see when you were at the top, so for a fairly short period of time.
You'll get to the top and it might be your first view, depending on which way you walk up. There are a number of ways of walking up Clacton-y-Ben, aren't there?
Well, the path as it approaches the top goes round to the north side. It curves around to the north side, so as you approach the summit, your eye is taken to Midler Tap and to the north. There's a made path, so most people follow the made path, and it curves all the way around the back and climbs up from the, you get my geography correct, climbs up from the sort of northwest side, and then you scramble up to the summit from there.
So just when you've got to near the top, or won't be actually at the top of the tour itself, you'll be faced with the Windfarm for the first time.
Yeah, within that sort of the very top area. Essentially, as you come round the path, round the back, and then start to scramble up the last bit, which you have to use your hands and scramble. Then you would see Clacton-y-Ben to the southwest.
And just the last point.
Sorry, you'd see Glendye to the southwest. Sorry.
Point I want to ask you about was the use of simple turbine colour. That's consistent with any wind farm that I think I've ever dealt with. But the point about from Clacton-y-Ben, most of the turbines will be backcloth by land, won't they?
Yes.
And the covering in this area will vary significantly depending on the time of year, the colour of the native vegetation. That is, if it's not covered with snow.
It'll be dark, yes, but the turbines will also be in silhouette in that view at any time, sort of either side of.
So the turbines will be light.
Through to 2 or 3 o'clock, probably.
So the turbines will be light, and the background cover will, in many cases, be dark.
They'll be in silhouette, so they'll appear a bit darker than if they were front lit.
Sometimes backclothing do you accept that backclothing can accentuate the impact of the turbine?
It can, particularly when the turbines are front lit by the sun.
Thank you. Can we move on to Chapter 4 of your report, please? You deal with the Strategic Landscape Capacity Assessment. And you include a quotation in your paragraph 4.4 and just after the bit you've put in bold, it may no longer be between us, but it identifies Clacton-y-Ben as worthy of particular mention. But I think we're now agreed it's a regional feature, so I don't need to spend time on that. It has a simple bare moorland plateau, extensive conifer plantations in the east, we've already covered that, and steadings located at the base of the slopes and sheltered locations. Are there many steadings to the west of the B974?
Yeah, there are a few.
Anywhere in Glendye?
The Charbothy.
Okay, you're calling that a steading. The hills also have a wild, remote and windswept character. Would you accept that in respect to the hills in and around the vicinity of Glendye?
Certainly windswept. The level of wildness and remoteness, again, is all relative. They're not that remote, are they? They're relatively accessible if we look at it compared to other places in Scotland. But
so you seem to be at odds with both the LUC report that we looked at almost first thing and this document, in that they both appear to identify a wild, remote and windswept character of this part of the land. They're not.
This is also just an Aberdeenshire document, though, isn't it? We're not talking about as compared to the whole of Scotland. We're talking about just relative to Aberdeen.
Absolutely, and they're identifying character, but you seem to take issue with that.
Well, at the end of the day, this site is relatively close to the road, and it's accessible via tracks, built tracks. You don't have to hike for hours and hours to get there. It isn't that remote.
Indeed, and that's perhaps one of the reasons it's so popular. for hill walkers and mountain bikers and the like.
Well, Clackner Ben is popular for hill walkers and mountain bikers, but actually the other hills are much less popular. I was surprised how few people I saw, you know, on a summer weekend. On top of Mount Battock, for example, I saw nobody. Summer weekend, nobody there.
Well,
They're not that popular, these hills, again, if you consider popular hills in Scotland.
well, I'm not sure that those on this side of the room and more locally would agree with you, but we'll leave that there. If you move on to 412 in your report, you're dealing with response to consultees on capacity assessment. And just want to see whether I... If you look at your fifth comment, highland to the west of the site forms an effective barrier. Well, I'm not going to accept barrier, but I'm not going to ask you about that at this stage, to the widespread extension of the effects into more sensitive landscape to the northwest. With the land to the east already being characterised by Windfarm development, that's an old chestnut now, that's land to the east of the 974.
Yes, Mid Hill and...
You appear to be accepting that this land isn't characterised by that, but it's land to the east which is characterised by that.
But I've already accepted that it's land to the east that's characterised by Mid Hill. But the reason that I consider that this area is of lower sensitivity is because it's a low-lying bowl and it's ringed with higher hills. It's less widely visible than other parts of this landscape.
Yes, indeed. You go on to talk about it's in a pocket of land of lower sensitivity. Well, the fact is that you rely on this land having lower sensitivity. Is that just that it's within a bowl?
Well, it's mainly its position within its bowl. To clarify, I'm not saying low sensitivity. I'm saying I've classified it as having moderate sensitivity, but it's lower than the higher peaks around because it's much less visible. And you can see that in the number of visualisations. For example, Glendye would sit within a bowl, and that's why the ZTV would be quite limited. Yeah. We often talk about bowls in Windfarm inquiries, but this one is most definitely a bowl.
Because you tie the two together. You say, with the land to the east already being characterised by Windfarm development, there is an opportunity to develop a further wind farm within a pocket of land of sensitivity. So it appears to be that you're relying upon the fact that Mid Hill has been developed to justify development here.
Well, again, if we're talking about the month as a whole, which is a large landscape character area, it is characterised by Windfarm development, not just Mid Hill, but a number of other developments as well. It is moorland plateau, and there are wind farms within it, not within the area that we're in, obviously. Otherwise, we wouldn't be looking at this wind farm. But
and we go on to 413, and you're looking at pattern of development here, and this is the section which you referred to earlier. You refer here to the eastern part of the mount. Now, in terms of the SLCA, what do you understand them to mean by the eastern part of the mount? Or what are you referring to as the eastern part of the mount here?
East of the road.
And so you're quite happy to call that the eastern part of the mount, but you criticised Miss Fletcher for using that earlier on.
No, Miss Fletcher calls the site the eastern mount.
No. Well,
the site and also Glen Esk and Hill of Wirren and the other hills in that vicinity. Her area, she calls the eastern mount. So it's very peculiar, given that none of the other published assessments use that terminology, and it's a bit confusing, to be honest.
Well, you may be confused, but I've already asked you about that, and I'll come back to it briefly in a moment. But you say the eastern part of the mount has long been characterised by the presence of turbines, but we can record what you mean by that is the part of the mount to the east of the B974.
Yes.
and the regularly spaced groups of turbines are just two, Midhill and Meikle Carew.
Yeah, and the proposed Fetteresso, and there's another proposed Windfarm whose name is escaping me just now. Just find the figure.
Fetteresso is going to be part of the same group as Midhill, if permitted.
Yes, so Midhill Phase 1, Midhill Phase 2, Fetteresso, and Meikle Carew. So that's shown on AI figure 6.10a.
So in terms of the current presence of regularly spaced groups of wind farms, we have Midhill and Meikle Carew.
Yes.
And so that's what you're talking about here. They're just two groups of turbines. You could say any group of two turbines could be described as regularly spaced, however big or small the spacing between them, couldn't it?
I suppose you could. There's another proposal there's a better.
Yeah. I'm not asking about proposals, Miss Oxley.
A1 figure 6.11. So there's.
No, I'm asking about your wording, which is referring to this area being characterised by the presence, so not the future presence, but the current presence of regularly spaced groups of wind turbines. And your, as far as it's now relevant, given the acceptance that they're to the east of the B974, there are just two groups.
Okay, I accept your point. It would
be. We move on to Chapter 5. Could you have to hand Ms. Fletcher's Appendix 2, so that's CD 16.1.
Sorry, I'm just going to have a brief tidy up.
Of course. Take however long you want. No, that's 16.3, I think. That's Appendix 2. No, that's Appendix 3. Keep going up, sorry. Keep going up.
Right, I've uncovered.
Appendix 2 should be page 84 of 96. Because Ms. Fletcher's followed Mr. Trinick's rule, it should be electronic page 84 of 96. Do you have that?
Sorry, did you say 83 or 84?
84. Appendix 2 should start on page 84.
Yes.
So what Ms. Fletcher has done is taken the previous landscape character areas and their descriptive terms and set alongside them the current landscape character areas and their terms, and one can then tell from that the differences between them. First of all, do you accept the table is accurate?
I haven't checked all the words of it, but I'm sure it's accurate if it's taken from Nature Scott's data set.
You haven't identified any inaccuracy?
No.
You, in your Chapter 5, have used the old characteristics.
Well, that's because those were the ones that were used in the environmental statement, and in order to just keep things relatively straightforward, I've kept with the old names, but also provided a figure that shows how the two compare.
But, well, we'll leave aside what the Statement of Agreed Matters said about what, well, in fact, let's go to that. The reporters should actually use the new characteristics, shouldn't they? The new assessment. They should use the up-to-date assessment. Well,
I don't know what they would want to use, as long as they're very clear what they're referring to and which plans they're referring to. I think it probably doesn't matter. The areas in themselves are the same, essentially, bar a few tweaks. It's just their names that have changed.
Well, it's not just the names that have changed, and we'll see that in a moment, but agreed in the Statement of Agreed Matters that the landscape characters that you've referred to have been superseded by the more up-to-date ones. That's paragraphs 512 and 513, the Statement of Agreed Matters.
I provided a figure so that you could see both together on the same plan, because I thought this might cause some confusion. So that's inquiry map D2.
Yeah, the confusion, I'm not suggesting there is any confusion. I'm just trying to identify what you've done and why you've done it. If you look down the key characteristics on area 18 in the mount and scroll down onto page 85, so we're still in Appendix 2 of Sarah Fletcher's report, which is the compare and contrast document. You'll see at the bottom of the table 3 new characteristics that weren't in the older assessment. Regionally prominent hills being the first one.
Is that the greyed out text?
Yes.
Okay, I'm afraid I didn't quite understand why the text was greyed out, but now that you've explained.
Well, first, you accepted it's accurate so far as you're aware, but regionally prominent hills was not a feature pointed out in the older version, but it is in the superseded version, but it is in the new version, isn't it?
It is in the new version, yes, I can see that.
But it's not one that you've assessed,
Well, I've considered...
nor the EIAR.
I've assessed impacts on the landscape character type. I don't assess impacts on each and every key characteristic. That's a level of detail that you don't go to. You look at that collectively. And, of course, I was very aware of the presence of Clacton-y-Ben, and it's referenced in various places. So I haven't ignored the presence of Clacton-y-Ben, if that's what you're suggesting.
I thought you had looked at the characteristics. If you go to 515 of your evidence, you've listed them, the relevant ones.
Well, I list them, but I don't then break down an assessment against each of them.
But the point is that neither you or the EIR have expressly or by implication considered the characteristics considered to be important in the current assessment. All of them.
Well,
I mean, some of them are... What Ms Fletcher has tried to do is, although the language has changed, equate some in the old with some in the new. But regionally prominent hills has no comparator in the old. Now, whether that makes a difference or not is another matter, but you just simply haven't done it, have you?
I think she's... I saw the purpose of this as to compare the Aberdeenshire and Tayside LCTs, with her then suggesting that plateau and summits in Aberdeenshire were similar to Highland, sorry, not plateau and summits, summits and plateau were similar to summits and plateau in Tayside. I thought that's what she was seeking to do with this table.
It does two things, though. It does that as well. I'm not saying it doesn't do that, but what it does, it's just a very useful, instead of having to go to both documents and compare and contrast, we have it all set out in one document. And I haven't even asked to go to the Tayside box yet, because they vary too. But just looking at the Aberdeenshire one, whether you understood this was their intention or not, it shows characteristic...
To the origin of the document you're looking at here, I can see that in Appendix 2 we have greyed out, including regionally prominent hills. But can I just be clear before you take the witness any further, is the assertion that this key characteristic appears in NLCA 2019, or is it something which has been added for the purposes of this inquiry?
No, it appears...
Added for the purpose of this inquiry by Sarah Fletcher.
No, it appears in LCA 2019.
Well, it doesn't in my copy before the inquiry.
Well, if you go to CD 9.32
Yes, I've got it.
and go to the fifth bullet point, CD 932, fifth bullet point.
Oh, see, it's not in order. Oh, it's my fault, I'm sure, but I want to be clear. You've got... Bear with me just a moment.
We go back to Sarah's thing.
So you've got 932.1, which is the LCT. 930... Yes, I've got it. Okay, thank you. I'm with you.
So you have it, ma'am. And
I'd look in the wrong document.
the greyed out one, regionally prominent hill, is bullet point 5. Unexpected pockets of farmland, although not relevant to this case, I think is bullet point 8. And dramatic juxtaposition of steep scarp slope is the last bullet point. They are new characteristics.
Yep, got it. Thank you.
And my point to you is that those characteristics have not formed part of the assessment in either the EAR or your Chapter 5.
No, I mean, they obviously wouldn't have done for the IAR because the work was changed subsequently. And my approach was essentially to adopt the new names, but no, I didn't re-quote the new characteristics. So I accept I haven't quoted the additional characteristics from the new data set. But it also puzzles me as to why Sarah Fletcher didn't split out the month into 2 landscape character areas, given that she considers there to be such a strong difference between the 2 parts.
That, if it's a relevant question, rather than just deflecting from the inadequacies of Chapter 5, can be put to Ms Fletcher. But can we come back to your Chapter 5, bearing in mind the approach you've taken, and look at what you said about the development site? My apologies. Sorry, just before we do that, regionally prominent hills, would you accept that they would include Clacknaben, Sturdy Hill, Mountbatten, Cairn Mount and Hill of Wirral? Sorry, Hill of Wirral wouldn't be because it's in Tayside. But
no, I accept the fact that it would include Clacknaben. Mount Battock is pretty indistinct, but at a pinch perhaps you could include it. I definitely don't think it would include Sturdy Hill, which, to be honest, I had to fight to get up it. It's a very rarely visited location.
Can you take me to 921?
It may include Curlock, because again that has a more of a distinctive profile, but not Sturdy Hill. Unless you can tell me they're listed somewhere and I'm incorrect.
Well, so I'm surprised at what you said about Mount Battock, because if you go back to 932 and look at landscape character description, the 2 hills which are mentioned are Clacknaben and Mount Battock. And in terms of a key characteristic being regionally distinctive hills, it would rather suggest that at least are considered to be part of the regionally distinctive hills, would it not? I think the other hill that's mentioned is Cairn Mount.
I can understand Cairn Mount, although that's as much because of its historic connotations. But Mount Battock is quite a rounded and quite indistinct hill. I know you've been up it yourself. Clacton-y-Ben is not. It's nothing like Clacton-y-Ben, so it's much less distinctive.
I think we can agree that Clacton-y-Ben is particularly distinctive. But in trying to make sense of this document, I'd suggest to you you're at odds with it, which is, again, perhaps the result of not paying sufficient attention to it. Whilst we're on this document, if you go to... Is that a question? A bit of both, I would expect. Well, have you paid sufficient attention to this document?
Well, just for simplicity's sake, I kept to the language of the impact assessment, because it's quite confusing with the names of character areas anyway, when they all change name, and we're having to constantly say, is it moorland? Now you've muddled my brain. Is it plateau moorland, or is it summits and plateau? I find it's just more straightforward to keep to one set of terms. But I'm happy if you feel and I'm happy to accept that you've pointed out that I've not referred to the additional light grey text.
But it's not just the terminology, it's the terms of the landscape character description and the emphasis that is put on Mount Battock.
The assessment took account of Mount Battock, whether it was named or not. It's always been known that Mount Battock was a feature within that landscape.
Yeah, but you clearly don't consider it a regionally prominent hill, and I'm suggesting to you, well, it's clear that Ms Fletcher thinks it is. She said so in her evidence, and I'm suggesting to you that she's supported by the terms of this assessment.
Well, I don't think that's true, because I've already answered questions from you about whether it's a regionally prominent hill.
Yes, and you said Mount Battock wasn't.
Well, it doesn't name. We're guessing here. We don't know if it's Mount Battock, because it doesn't say Mount Battock, does it? It just says regionally prominent hills. It doesn't expand and tell us what they are.
No, I'm not suggesting it's limited to Clacton-y-Ben and Mount Battock, but I'm suggesting that this document certainly provides support for it, including Mount Battock. Now, you can either accept that or not, but I think we should probably move on.
I don't think it does provide evidence to support that it includes Mount Battock, because there are any number of rounded, heathery hills in that area you could add to the list.
Okay,
it's not. It isn't prominent like Clacton-y-Ben is.
If that's your answer, then, Ms Oxley, I can comment on that in due course. If we stay with that document, 932, it describes the land cover.
Can I just get myself a copy of 932, because I'm just reading it from Sarah Fletcher's appendix, and I've been able to lay my hands on a copy of it. I know there is one somewhere.
Sorry, can I interrupt Mr Trinick for a moment? Could the witness be given a copy of 932, please? She's just asked for it. So it may not have been fair to... I thought you had it in front of you. The point I was asking about was under landscape character description, and you see the heading land form. Do you see that at the bottom of the page?
Yes, and it does refer to Mount Battock, so you've corrected me and said, yes, it refers to Mount Battock.
Yes. Do you not think that's at least... Well, I'm not going to ask you about interpretation of this document. That's a matter for the reporters. But what we can report is that you don't think Mount Battock is regionally distinct.
Not as compared to Clacton-y-Ben, no, but it is listed. It is in this description.
Yeah, but so I haven't asked you about comparatively. When I asked you about Mount Battock to begin with, you said it was not a regionally distinctive hill, full stop. Now, if you want to review that answer, now is your time to do so. It may not be as we can agree it's not as distinctive as Clacton-y-Ben. But do you accept that Mount Battock is likely to be one of the regionally prominent hills referred to as a key characteristic?
Well, you've shown me that it is named within this character assessment, but I would still say that Mount Battock is a rounded and fairly indistinct hill. And similarly, it's not as anything like as well visited.
And we'll come on to it in due course, but in the SLA designation, Mount Battock is also specifically mentioned, is it not? If you can't remember it, we'll come on to that in due course. I don't want to take you away from
Okay, well, I'll let you take me to that.
Okay. It then covers land cover.
It being this
Yeah.
same description.
Yeah. And there's the degradation of land cover that you've described in your report, and I'm trying to summarise it, isn't reflected in the description here, is it?
I think that's best seen on site. It's very apparent from a visit up to the top of Mount Battock.
No, Miss Oxley, it's not reflected in the content here, is it?
No, but we wouldn't tend to record it as a key characteristic, because key characteristics tend to be the more positive things.
Okay. Now, if you look under settlement, the heading settlement, you'll see the second sentence, the A974 Cairn Mount Road emphasises a drop in elevation on the eastern side of the plateau. So what that appears to be suggesting is that to the east of the A974, I think it's the B974, it's elevated its importance, there's a general drop in elevation of the plateau. Do you accept that the western side of the B974 is generally higher and the eastern side is generally lower? There will obviously be ups and downs.
There are ups and downs. As you get out towards the coast, then obviously it's less high, but as we looked at viewpoint 21 and viewpoint 16, you can see that there are other high points. So Curlock, for example, is a high point, and it's 534 metres high. Clacton-y-Ben's 589.
No.
So it's lower, yes, but it's not dramatic. The hills do continue at a similar elevation before they drop to the coast at Stonehaven.
Not what this is suggesting. It's suggesting that emphasises the drop in elevation on the eastern side of the plateau. Do you accept that or not?
So, some bits are higher, some bits are lower.
It's the general
trend towards the sea is a reduction in height.
Thank you. And then it makes the point that large-scale wind farm development has a significant presence in the central and eastern sections. We've been through that. And then perception. The hills have a wild, remote and windswept character, although this reduces from the higher western parts to the less high eastern parts. Again, that's a comparative comment, but it's one I understand you to disagree with.
I don't disagree with it. I just say it's a relative comment, that if you compare it with the higher hills of the Cairngorms, for example, the wildland areas, the much more sensitive landscapes further to the west, northwest, it's much less wild, much less remote. So that's all I'm saying on that point.
Okay, well, if that's all you're saying on that point, then I can comment on that in commentary and closing on your written report. Can we put...
They aren't that remote. They're relatively accessible.
They're not talking about absolutes. They're talking about wild, remote and windswept character.
Yeah,
do you accept they have a wild... The hills to the west of and the area to the west of the B974 has that character?
It's wilder than the hills to the east, which are covered in forest, yes.
It's not quite what it's saying, Ms Oxley, but I think the reporters have probably had enough of that. Yeah, not quite yet. Come back to Appendix 2, please. Of Ms Fletcher's evidence.
Yes, got that.
In the Tayside, character area has also been updated.
Do I need to take that up?
No, you don't need to. You can just go to Appendix 2 of Ms Fletcher's evidence.
I've got Appendix 2 of Ms Fletcher's evidence.
Yeah. So, again, we do not agree that the reporters should be paying regard to the current assessment rather than the superseded assessment.
Yeah, they should consider that current assessment.
And the only distinction at the western boundary of the Aberdeenshire LCT 29 and the eastern boundary of Tayside LCT 376 is an administrative boundary.
Yes, I recognise
And just
that.
because the administrative boundary has nothing to do with landscape.
No, that's why I assume within the assessment they're all being called Highland, Summits and Plateau.
Thank you.
But they're still assessed, both are assessed within the original LBIA against the baseline that applied at the time, bearing in mind the landscape itself hasn't changed dramatically.
I'm aware you've been going now for an hour and a half since lunch, so that might be a convenient moment for a break.
Okay.
If you want one, Mr. Trinick is rather suggesting you may be happy to carry on doing battle. I'm in your hands, but I'm happy to carry on. But others may want a break from...
Well, I wouldn't mind a quick comfort break if that's all
I
right.
thought that might.
Yeah, I think given that we will be looking to conclude by 5 o'clock at the latest, we'll limit the break to 10 minutes. Our final session, we've got maybe an hour and 10 minutes, an hour and 15 minutes maximum, and then we're going to have to call it for today. So I'll put us in your hands.
Thank you. Ms Oxley, as they say, it takes two to tango, but I'm not inviting you to tango, but let's see if we can make some progress. To use the words of another well-known advocate. I've been asking you about your Chapter 5 in general terms. Your description of the development site starts at 5.6 in your Chapter 5 of your report. And the noticeable features and characteristics of the landscape within a few kilometres of the site you then list in 5.7. And the only hill, or the only two hills that you list are Clachnaben and Cairn Mount. And we can note that in the context of the discussion that we were just having, that Mount Battock, for instance, is not listed there. You then proceed to notable detractors in the landscape, and we've discussed tracks and borrow pits, which is in 5.8 in item 1, and I've suggested that's overstated. Don't need to go over that again. We've discussed the degraded peat, and we've also discussed at 3 the muir burn. Now, earlier when I asked you about this, you were saying that you weren't aware of any wildland areas which were managed for grouse. Could you, with muir burn, could you turn to Appendix 6.3, so that will be in CD 1.4. What I want you to find is, first of all, perhaps in order to introduce this to the reporters, in fairness, they may not have looked at it, is paragraph A6.3.29.
Is that Appendix 6 then?
6.3 should be wildland assessment. Yeah, of course.
Oh,
Please
sorry,
do.
I've got it.
6.3.
If you've got it, then.
Okay.
So do you have paragraph A6.3.29?
A6.3.21.
9.
29, yeah.
And then on the next column, the wildland area is set out, and it's divided into 5 areas for purposes of assessment. This is just to familiarise those looking at the document with the areas that are concerned. I just want you to note areas E and D, or D and E for these purposes. And then the document goes on and describes each area by reference to the wildland qualities. And if you turn on to where area D is described, which is in a table following paragraph A6.3.47, and you look at wildland quality 4, which is on the following page in that table, you'll see that it makes it clear that part of that area is managed by way of grouse estate management.
Okay, I accept that.
I rather thought you to be saying earlier that grouse estate management was inconsistent with an area being part of a wildland area.
Well, it's the extent of tracks, primarily. And Muirburn is obviously a thing of the past. I think it's been banned, but it's the tracks, the use of vehicles, all the other, the buildings. There are buildings up on the ridge, for example.
Yeah.
These are less likely to be found in a wildland area, aren't they?
Yes. I'm not suggesting that they don't weaken the sense of naturalness for a wildland area, and indeed that makes this point. But there's a patchwork of Muirburn, prominent access tracks and shooting butts. That is not inconsistent with an area being wild or being included within a wildland area, is it?
It probably depends on the degree, doesn't it? But yeah, I accept your point that Muirburn is recorded as being present within the wildland area.
And indeed, I think it's also relevant if you look at the same wildland quality 4 in area E. There's reference to Muirburn and access track development. So, whilst Muirburn and access track may diminish the sense of wildness, they're not inconsistent even with it being part of a wildland area. Do you accept that?
No, but I think the same table says results in a weak sense of naturalness.
Yeah, absolutely. But the reason I put that to you, was that earlier you were suggesting that Muirburn and grouse estate management was inconsistent with it being a wildland area. That's simply not the case, is it?
There are degrees, though, aren't there? And I would say that the degree within this area that Muirburn is practised and the quite insensitive nature in which it's practised
Well,
is quite strong. There are a lot of structures. There are water pumps, there are plastic pipes, there are feeding trays, loads of grouse butts. It's not just the burn and the tracks. There's a huge amount of.
But what you can't do, given your earlier evidence,
I'm happy to concede that point.
Yes,
you've
but
said
what you can't do is compare the contrast, because you said you weren't aware of any grouse estate management in wildland areas. You don't know what extent this is similar or dissimilar to the grouse estate management to which I've just drawn attention, do you?
Well, I've been up Mount Keen, so I do know it's much less intense.
Well, if you've been up Mount Keene, why couldn't you accept there was grouse management carrying out in a wildland area?
Well, it's much more subtle, presumably because it's more controlled. Because it's a
You weren't being
protected
subtle
area.
in your earlier answer to me. You said it didn't occur. I think we've dealt with that. We've dealt with a lot of the differences between us, between susceptibility and value, and I don't think it's going to assist cross-examination to go through that in any further, though there were questions I had on it. I want to move on to 550, which we'll be able to take more swiftly. This is what I alluded to earlier, that your heading of Clacna Ben as a local landscape feature. And we now know that you accept it's a regionally prominent hill. You refer to it, the evidence, the wording you use here appears to seek to diminish that prominence. You say, for instance, that it reflects similar granite features in the wider and wilder eastern cairngorms, and you refer to Ben Rinnis. That's about 65 or so kilometres further north, isn't it? Significantly further away.
It is further away, but what I'm saying is it's not unique.
Derry Cairngorm does not have a tor, does it?
There are a number of tors, rocky lumps on it.
Not Derry Cairngorm itself.
Ben Middoin then.
I believe it's Ben Veen, which is also called the Middle Hill, which has a tor on it.
Ben Middoin, yeah. I think we're talking about the same one, but my pronunciation is awful.
Yeah, well, MH, I think, is a V.
There are quite a number of tors on that hill.
I'm not suggesting there aren't tors, but there's no tor on Derry Cairngorm itself.
I'm prepared to be corrected on that one, but I can't actually remember.
But and Ben Arn is some distance away as well. But you say it's recognised the tor, whilst not unique, forms something of a local landmark. But it's a regionally prominent landmark, is it not?
It's a regional landmark.
Yes. So just the language you've used here does suggest that you may have changed your position. Have you changed your position about the importance of Clacna Ben?
No, but I find it's more of a landmark from the north, from Dee's side.
Well, what you say. I think we've picked up everything else I wanted to. You moved to landscapes of Scotland at 551, and in 553 you talk about an additional level of protection in policy terms. Where in Miss Fletcher's evidence, or anywhere from Nature Scott, is there a suggestion of an additional level of protection in policy terms?
Within the document, the Freedom of Information request document, but I would prefer that if you want to discuss policy, you could address Mr. Herriot.
Well, I'd suggest to you that the approach taken by Nature Scott is no different from that at Mull Hill, West Garty, North Lather or Harryburn, and insofar as it could be said that there's an additional layer of landscape characterisation, the same could be said at each and every one of those cases. And I suggest to you that there's no indication of an additional level of protection in policy terms. The policy is that Nature Scott, then beforehand SNH in respect to those cases, is to protect.
Mr. Finney,
always has been to protect Scotland's landscape.
Can't talk to policy, but if it helps, there is no suggestion from this side of the room that there is any additional level of protection in policy terms, and nor is there a suggestion that Nature Scott has said so, if that helps.
That is very helpful and helps matters move on. Grateful to Mr. Trinick for that. Your next section deal with relative wildness, and I feel we've probably dealt with that insofar as I want to deal with it with you, and likewise perceived naturalness. And then we deal with the other Windfarms, I don't think. I don't think you were involved with any of those other inquiries, were you, Ms. Oxley?
Not directly, no, but I have reviewed the decisions.
Yes. If your comments are simply based on a review of the decisions, we can both bow to Ms Hayward's better understanding of the decision at West Garty, and we can see what we say about the other decisions from the wording of those decisions. So I won't ask you about those. Could we move then on to the landscape, special landscape areas? And having been warned off policy by Mr Trinick, I bear his warning in mind, but I do want to ask you about 6.5, where you finish it, that paragraph, by saying essentially and I interpolate, the question is, would the development result in the area that the wind farm being removed from the... essentially, would the development result in the area that the wind farm affects being removed from the designated area? With this in mind, some background information is set out below. Is that the test you've set out to address? So we understand how high you've pitched it in your evidence.
Well, the wording of the policy, and again I'm treading on Mr Herriot's toes here, focuses on examining if effects would significantly erode the characteristics of the SLA, which are taken to mean that aspects and features considered worthy of recognition taken as a whole.
But I don't want to debate policy with you, because I'll simply make it clear that I don't think that is the test. It doesn't derive from the policy. But is that the approach you've taken in framing your comments? I think that is a fair question to ask.
I've looked at the effect on the aspects and features, and I've considered whether or not the effects would result in the area being removed from the designated area. I've considered whether or not those aspects and features would remain in other parts of the SLA.
Right. Well, it appears to me that you've overpitched it, but that is perhaps a comment better made in closing submissions. Can we then turn to the SLA documents themselves? And looking at the wrong one, I think. Yes, so we want 9.9, CD 919, little 3, and Clacknaben and Forester Burst begins at electronic page 15 of 27, or if you have a hard copy of the whole document, I think it's page 76.
Sorry, I was reaching behind me. Can you just repeat those references?
So it's 919.
Yeah, I got that.
And it's page, it's page 76, I think. 70, my apologies. Yeah. And so I'll wait till you've got to it.
It's in various volumes, so that's why. 76.
70, I'm corrected.
Yes, I've got that.
We can see that the location and boundaries, and this follows a set format. In the first paragraph, Clacknaben is noted as being a prominent landmark for miles around, not just to the north. That's correct, isn't it? There's no caveat on that.
It doesn't caveat it, or explain it further. Not there anyway.
And then paragraph 3, the boundaries have been selected to enclose the most undeveloped parts of the mount, which are among the least accessible and wildest parts of Aberdeenshire. That's a comparative comment, but that's the basis on which the boundaries have been selected, and the site falls within that area, doesn't it?
Yes.
And designation of the western part of the mount recognises scenic qualities created by the strong rolling relief and distinctive hill profiles. Apart from Clacknaben, what would you say would be the other distinctive hill profiles within the SLA?
Kennermount.
Would you accept Mount Battock?
Less distinct, but still a feature, I suppose. And the other one that's quite got an interesting profile, and I'm just checking if it's in the SLA, and I've forgotten its name, is Mount Shade, because it has a very conical profile. It's almost as if it's been created by man. It's very regular.
Right, you. He goes on to say in that paragraph, the relative lack of habitation and high wildness qualities, as well as the perception of naturalness resulting from extensive areas of heather moorland, are also seen in this area. That would apply equally to the site and the bowl in Glendye, would it not?
Yes, again, these are all relative comments, aren't they?
And then if you look at the designation statement on the following page, very much trying to avoid making the same points again, but if you go to the I think we've really done that. Is it paragraph 4, which begins, there is little habitation in the essence, sorry, I'm really repeating, that talks about wildness and tranquility, and we've done that to death, I think. The following aspects and features are worthy of recognition through SLA designation. And if you go to the last bullet point, Mount Battock is singled out as the most easterly of Corbetts. I'd suggest to you that's clearly one of the, and it's if viewed from the across the administrative border in Angus, Mount Battock is a significant hill, is it not, or mountain?
Not if you compare it with notable mountains across Scotland. No, it's not. It's essentially known because it's the most easterly Corbett, but it is a fairly indistinct, rounded hill with a road that goes right to the top on three sides, I think. So it's it's a little higher.
Okay.
It's not. I wouldn't say it's a particularly distinguishable hill. Perhaps we can call it a regional landmark if we want to, but it's not like Butcherlett Moor.
I suggest to you it's a regionally distinctive hill.
When I went up it recently, I met no one on the top, and again it was a summer weekend on a Saturday. No one there, which is quite surprising for You know, most popular hills in Scotland, you would expect to find several people on the top.
I think you're changing the goalpost, but if you look at the last management recommendation, it's again singled out as avoidance of development which impacts upon appreciation of Mount Battock and its setting. Given the importance you ascribe to Mount Battock, it may not be a surprise that you don't see that as a particularly significant issue, the impact on Mount Battock and its setting.
Again, it's all relative. This is a regional study, isn't it? So it's the highest land within this region.
If we go back to the aspects and features worthy of designation, I'm moving on to a slightly different point. The penultimate bullet point talks about expansive area, the elevation and landform and land cover, which continues seamlessly westwards into the Glentana forest area in the Cairngorms National Park. And we touched on that, I think, this morning, or maybe before the break this afternoon. There's just an administrative boundary to the west, isn't there? And the landscape character area in Tayside to the west, there is a seamless, the expansive area in terms of elevation, landform and land cover does continue seamlessly westwards until it reaches the Glentana forest area in the National Park.
Yeah, within Tay 3, not so much as where it drops down into Glenesk. That feels different because it's obviously a glen, so that's to the southwest or the west. But within Tay 3, which is the northwest, it feels as if it continues, yes.
Thank you. Dealt with seamlessly, right.
It gradually rises, essentially, towards the higher peaks of places like Mount Keene.
And then just very briefly, if you look at the Braes of Mearn Special Landscape Area. And what we have to recall with the Braes of Mearn SLA is it covers the part of the Mount landscape character area, whether old or superseded or new, and part of the Braes of Mearn. So Cairn Mount sits within the Braes of Mearn SLA, whereas it sits within the Area 29 in the current assessment. That's correct, isn't it?
I think technically it sits right on the boundary.
Yes, but of the SLA, absolutely. But the SLA, my point, Ms Oxley, is that the SLA includes part of both landscape character areas, whether superseded or current. The Braes of Mearn SLA. It includes part of the lower ground and part of what what is currently LCT 29. And Cairn Mount is an example of that because it falls within LCT 29, clearly, whereas it's on the boundary of the Braes of Mearn SLA.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying, and yes, that sounds fair.
Great, thank you. And
the viewpoint on the road is actually more firmly within the Braes of the Mearns, whereas the actual cairn itself is on the boundary.
And I just want to, without going through all the features of aspects and features worthy of designation, if you go down to that page, which is electronic page 18 of 20 or page 79 of the document, the highly visible ridge is singled out as being important.
Bullet point 4, yeah.
And with that in mind, could we go to viewpoint 16 in the additional information? So that's CD 1.27.2. Yeah, so if you look at figure 6.26E in the wireline, it's the top part of the road that I'm interested in.
Above the green shading, which is the planting, yeah?
Yeah, and it's in red, which I accept will give it greater prominence for purposes of identification. And then if we go down to see that in the photo montage of the access track, the two hills behind the ridge, the one on the left, so if you look at the track, just to pick up what we're talking about, you can see Mount Battock and Clacton Ben, can't you? Both quite clearly.
Yes.
The track that goes up the hill is not just, well, first of all, it's incongruous from this distance, I would suggest to you, and that
there are lots of tracks that go up those hills, though. If you go and stand there in reality, you can see multiple tracks going up the hill. Indeed, a good part of that track is already existing.
Well, I'd suggest to you that the current tracks are going to be at most 3 metres wide, aren't they? They're for one vehicle, such as a Land Rover.
Well, some of them have terribly eroded sides because they've been poorly made and haven't been landscaped. So, although they may be narrower, the steep hagging on the sides of them is quite conspicuous.
The minimum distance width, as I understand it, for this track is going to be 7 metres wide.
Yeah, that's correct.
And at corners, how wide will it be, such as the corner that we can see it turns at the right extremity where the track is visible? It will be wider there, won't it?
Well, it'll be a little wider, but what you're seeing really is the working width, which includes the cut and fill.
Yeah, but do you know how wide the actual track will be on what is a 90-degree, effectively a 90-degree corner there?
I don't know exactly. It will depend on the radius of the bend. Maybe widen out to 8 or 9 in order that it can get round the corner. But I don't have information on the exact width. Corners will be different for each one.
And can we, don't want to spend a lot of time on each one of these. Could we then look at viewpoint 13, please, which will be in the same folder, but earlier. Sorry, yes.
Is it it's in this folder? I'm not sure it is. Oh, it is. Okay.
Here are 14 kilometres away. You can see on the current in fact, on the photograph, quite a lot of the land is covered by a cloud.
You can see the existing tracks as well, can't you? If you
You
come a
can
little
see
bit
existing.
further west, you can see the example of the track that goes up. I think it's Sturdy Hill.
And again, we note the comparison in sizes of tracks that there will be. And finally, can we go to...
But you are aware that the track already exists to a large degree, yeah?
It's going to be more than doubled in extent, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be re-engineered, but there are existing tracks running up that hillside.
Yeah. And at the top of the hill, that track, because of the alignment that the new track is going to have to make, there's going to be new track at the top of the hill. It doesn't follow at the most sensitive location. It creates new track rather than following an old track, doesn't it?
Yeah, deliberately so, because the existing track goes directly up the spur,
Yeah.
and
But at the most
makes it
sensitive
even more
part of
visually
the ridge
prominent.
line, a wholly new track is going to be created, which will run across the ridge line.
it will take a much more gentle climb, yes. Fit more sympathetically in that respect, leaving aside its width.
And finally, can we go to viewpoint 23, please, in the same document? And the figure 6.35b, we discussed this right at the outset of cross-examination. Just pick up a reference. A moment. Do you not accept from that distance that the new track, however skillfully it's intended to incorporate it in the landscape, will be prominent?
It'll be more prominent during construction before the side slicks are restored. Once the side slicks have been restored, because you're seeing it on its side, there's an indicative section actually in the additional information. It's just a sort of little sketch, but it shows effectively how you would restore the side slopes. Do you want to take that one up?
In that's in 1.27.1, and it's
in figure...
It's almost right at the end of the document, isn't
figure
it?
Figure 3.2 at the end, yeah. Just shows how you would deal with the cut and fill slopes to make them less visually prominent.
But the slope that this track is going to be built on at the top of the ridge there is going to be much steeper than that shown in that figure, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. Remember, it's going off across at a transverse angle, so it's taking a more gentle grade.
The slope it's cutting across is much steeper than the slope shown in that figure.
Probably not, no. That
Well,
slope's probably about 25%, and I think that's probably about 25%. But
well, we can leave that to reporters on the site visit, but I suggest to you that that's an understatement. Just want to pick up a reference. With the track, if you go back to the visualisation, so that's the figure for viewpoint 23. Do you not accept that that track is going to interrupt the, if you like, the visual flow of that ridge and be prominent as a result?
it'll be seen, but it'll be seen to a lesser degree than the photo montage suggests.
Well, I'd suggest to you it's going to be greater than that, and it will be seen to effectively...
It definitely won't be greater because that's modelled at 25 metres width.
Yeah, but as we mentioned earlier, you're looking at it broadside, so the 25 metre, that's not showing a 25 metre, the 25 metre, you're looking at it side on.
Yeah, but what you're seeing is the cut and fill slopes, and those are the bits that are going to be landscaped and revegetated. You're not seeing the running surface.
I'm aware of that, but I don't want to go over that again, but I'd suggest to you that that will appear to effectively dissect the slope. There's going to be one part of it which lies above that track. So, I mean, really for the whole of that slope of that particular hill form, and one part which lies below it.
No, I don't think it will be quite as dramatic as that, but it will be a bit more evident than existing tracks that run regularly up that slope.
Can we then put away that document and leave the SLA and move on to some final points on visual impact? Could we... So, I want to look at, I think, four viewpoints. So if you look at viewpoint 6 to begin with, so we'll be needing to look in CD 1.5 for this. And it's 616. Can you go just down?
Did you say D?
So it's 616B to begin with.
B, okay.
B, and well, in fact, let's look at 616C. Which is the photo montage. To record, there are two differences, and I'm going to refer to Mr. Steele primarily, but I think there's not much clear water between him and Miss Fletcher on this. There's a difference in sensitivity between you. I think just. You've ascribed this a medium sensitivity as for road users only, whereas Mr. Steele's suggest and Ms. Fletcher both suggest it should be medium or high, depending. For instance, a cyclist at this point, they would suggest would be high sensitivity. I think there are also 2 informal laybys at this point, suggesting people stop to look at the view.
I think the reality is they probably stop to let other traffic by because of the nature of the road. But, yeah, I've ascribed it a medium sensitivity, and part of the reason for that is because the road is narrow, it's fast, it's difficult to stop, and this is a glimpsed view. And I went back on site to examine this point, and I referred to the similar sort of views that you get of mid-hill in glimpsed views as you pass up and down that road. Not so much the views at the top where you're on the east side of the hill looking across to mid-hill for long periods, but other sections where you get comparable glimpsed views. And I considered how that might equate to Glendye, some glimpsed views, and I didn't find that those effects were significant, because you're seeing part of the development. It's quite a way away, and
Ms.
it's
Oxley, can
very
I just
quick.
rudely interrupt you for a moment? I was asking you about sensitivity, and you've moved on to magnitude. So can we just stick to sensitivity to begin with, so we deal with it in a logical fashion? There is a difference between you and those that sit either side of me in terms of sensitivity. And if you were a cyclist going up that hill, or perhaps coming down it, but more likely going up it, apart from nearly dying for lack of breath, you wouldn't be going that quickly. And you might consider to be a sensitive viewer, a highly sensitive viewer, might you not?
I think you've put the finger on your point yourself. There aren't that many cyclists who are doing it, and they have got their heads down and are nearly dying from lack of oxygen. But there are a lot of motorbikes that use this road.
Well, I know you were disappointed not to see me and my cycle at the top of Cairn Mount, as we were for Windfarm, but you can't always have your wishes come true. But, or nightmares, shall we say. The point I am trying to make is that you've underestimated the sensitivity. And you've given us your answer to that, and I won't ask you to repeat it unless you want to add anything particular to it. There is also an issue of magnitude between you, if you look at the photo montage, one of the things it shows quite clearly is how the pink-covered granite can make a road stand out.
That's the existing track, yes.
Yeah, but if that was twice as wide, or over twice as wide, it would be over twice as distinctive, wouldn't it? I mean, just as an example, you're taking a 3-metre track, something like that, in that sort of pinkish colour, and you're proposing to have a minimum of 7 metres width.
Yeah, I think that track's a bit more. It's more like 5 metres along the glen there that we're looking at in the existing track. But yes, I take your point. I've accepted that pale tracks against dark landscapes are seen.
And the turbines you will see will be the ones you can see, although there is a flicking blade to the left. They're going to be framed in the view as you look up at Glendye.
But you need to take into account that this is a really transitory view. It's not a formal stopping place. It's a gravelly pullover where people pull over briefly to let other cars pass, typically, as I did. It's a very transitory view, and it's oblique to the direction of travel, and you're seeing part of the development quite a way away. It's similar to the views you get of mid-hill from further north, and that's why I don't find it significant.
And it's also indicative of the view you get if you are walking up that track to Charbotty, isn't it? Reasonably
Well, that's a different point and a different viewpoint, and that, I think that the effect at viewpoint 2 is assessed as significant. So perhaps keep those two separate.
Well, yes.
The views come and go as you go up the track.
And one of the factors you've taken into account in considering magnitude is whether the landscape is designated or not.
Not magnitude, no.
Sorry,
Value.
sensitivity, it's a value point.
Value point, yeah.
Apologies, being late in the afternoon. Could we then move, I don't want to spend too long on these because we've only got, I think, 2 to go. Viewpoint, or 3 to go. Viewpoint 9, please, which will be in the same
volume.
Same volume. I think that's Mandine.
Yep.
Whilst you and Ms Fletcher both agree there's a significant impact here, there's a difference between you in terms of magnitude of impact.
I think we both agree it's significant. I think Ms Fletcher uses intermediate grades, which I don't use.
Well, if there's no... You've seen her descriptions of it. Are there anything you disagree in her descriptions of the magnitude of impact from this view?
You'd have to take me to her actual classification of magnitude because I haven't memorised that.
Well, trying not to give you free rein to...
Well, she has a summary on the very back of her
I think
document.
If you go to...
So I give it a moderate impact and she gives it a moderate stroke major.
Yeah.
But I don't have that grade, so...
You're familiar with landscape consultants that do give that intermediate type of grading?
I am, but I thought Sarah Fletcher was adopting my methodology, so I was quite surprised to see that she was introducing different levels of grade to the ones that are used in the ES. But we're not great poles apart, are we? Leaving aside the fact, I've said medium and moderate, and she's said medium stroke high and moderate stroke major.
In that case, we'll leave it to the reporters to assess, but whilst we're looking at 6.19c, there's another good example of a track that its prominence is accentuated by the pinkish colour of the stone, of which...
Yeah, if you look at this
yes.
image, you can see the loads of tracks which are all across this landscape, and those are the tracks which I've been alluding to the presence of. Again, it's obviously much easier to see them in real life, but in going to that viewpoint, I'm sure the reporters will note the presence of these tracks.
Sure they will. Good. And then if we can go to viewpoint 10, I think again this may be the same point. You're both agreed significant. There's a difference in assignation. I won't ask you about that. Just
again, we're very close.
Yeah.
Considering we have adopt different
in
words.
2 points. Let me just. Yes, I was going to ask you about Sturdy Hill, and if you go to your report at 798, it's your description of a walk going from, I think, Mount Battergate along to Sturdy Hill. 798. You describe degraded peat, pathless terrain, large-scale deer fences, tough going and uninspiring scenery. I'm not sure that's necessarily within the lexicon of landscape consultants' descriptions that I've heard of before, but that rather suggests that it's fairly wild, doesn't it?
No.
That if the going is tough, that there's degraded peat and there's pathless terrain.
It just feels very degraded. There are peat hags that are a result of, well, dare I mention it, climate change. There are great big high deer fences that you can't cross, so you can't follow a route. It's not a scenic walk. Perhaps I have been a little emotive in my language, but it is not a scenic walk.
In your talking about emotive language, if you go back to 796, you talk about the activities of large-scale commercial shooting estates also audible at intervals. In your run-up to preparation for this inquiry, have you heard large-scale shooting going on at Glendye?
I could hear shooting when I was up in the landscape, both weekends that I was up there recently. Whether it was on Glendye or widely, I couldn't tell, but I could hear it, yeah.
In both this weekend and last weekend?
No, it wasn't as recent as...
What, so
well, I went up this weekend, I didn't hear any shooting.
And the weekend before that?
I didn't go up the weekend before that. The 2 weekends before that, probably, yes, I did hear shooting.
Well,
And
surprising, because the grouse season hadn't started.
I know that. I was quite surprised. I wondered if maybe they were shooting, birds of prey or anything like that.
Interesting suggestion, possibly described as the most inflammatory thing you've said this afternoon.
Sorry, I apologise for that. I'm tired. But I was quite surprised to hear it because I'm aware that August the 12th is the day, and I know I was up there before August the 12th. But I did hear it, so.
Thank you. And then two points in your conclusions and then one last figure to put to you. In 8.7 in your conclusions.
8.7.
Yes. You refer to key viewpoints including Mount Battock and Sturdy Hill. Is that, you're not, by identifying Mount Battock as a key viewpoint, you're not, just wanted to check that you're not seeking to suggest that it's assumed greater importance than you suggested earlier in your evidence.
It's a key ES viewpoint.
Sorry?
It's a key ES viewpoint.
Thank you. That's where you should read that. And then I think in 8.12 you refer to the landscape setting of Clacknaben in the third last line. I don't think you've described anywhere in your report or in the EIAR what the landscape setting of Clacknaben includes. I think that's the first time you've introduced the concept of the landscape setting of Clacknaben.
Okay, I'll take your word for it, but...
Is there anywhere where it is assessed?
I don't think there's any discussion about setting.
And lastly, if we could just come back to Mount Battock and go to viewpoint 14, so that will be in CD 1.6 at figure 6.24c. Scolty Hill, viewpoint 14, CD 1.6, figure 6.24C. You put the centre, keep your eye on Clacton Ben. In terms of the prominence of Mount Battock in views for the north, not just from the west or the south, suggests you Mount Battock is clearly a regionally prominent hill.
Well, again, it's a rounded hill, a bit like Mount Hill of Wirral, which sits behind it.
And in terms of prominence, certainly from that viewpoint, suggests you it's arguably has greater prominence than Clacton Ben.
It's closer to you, so yes, it appears higher.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Oakley, I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I just wanted to, before we did make a decision on what we're going to do imminently, can I just check with Mr. Kelly how long he believes he'll take on this section?
I have a few questions. My preference would be, since the witness is going to be in Purda anyway, my preference would be to wait for the morning. If I waited for the morning, I think I could probably get down to 5–10 minutes. I go through the material tonight. If you wish me to start, I'll start and look to condense as I go. But whatever you wish, sir.
If I may, sir, I've got summary examination as well. I know you need to really break at 5, so I think, although I don't like leaving a witness in Purda, that's the way. But I do want to ask one question, which I intend to ask now for a particular reason, of Ms. Oxley, with your permission. Your remark about golden eagles, do you formally retract that?
I didn't say golden eagles. I just
Birds of prey, do you formally retract that?
I would formally retract.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I'm tired.
On that basis, then, I'd suggest that we close matters now and reconvene tomorrow for 10. We have had confirmation that any documentation that you want to leave in the building, if you put it in the back room, in the boxes, is fine. If you've got anything confidential or valuable that you would need more secure, I'd suggest you take it with you. And then we'll be open from the same time tomorrow as we were today. So given the time it takes to set things up, you're more than welcome to come earlier, although we won't be starting until 10 as per the advertisements. Thank you very much, everybody.